Well, that probably was not the best way to start off musically wise. Don't worry, I'll make up for it later. So, yep, you're just about a week away from The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom coming out, and as much as I like to hype that up, well, not really the time for that yet. Today, I wanted to tackle quite a different topic. Hey, Matt, what's up? A remake of Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. This kind of thing has been stewing in my mind for, I don't know, quite a stupid long while now. And there were quite a few schools of thought of which I would be thinking about tackling that subject on. We've had plenty of remakes, remasters, ports, and the like. Some good, some bad. Some that make you go, holy crap, this is amazing. Others go, why did you touch it? And better yet, why did you do it that way? There is one game, though, that I kind of feel like definitely deserves a retouch. And yeah, why not just do Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link? There are two schools of thought I want to go with this. One is the straight keep the platforming style remake that has been done in both Metroid Zero Mission and Samus Returns. Although, granted, I don't have Samus Returns, so I can't do that one. And the other school of thought I wanted to tackle is more or less a top-down approach that has been adopted for another Zelda II-like title, Ys 3 Wanderers from Ys from Falcom, and that had been tackled by Ys the Oath and Felghana. I'm going to do a bit of base Zelda 2 first, maybe a little bit of intro, maybe a bit of mid-game, and then we're going to go tackle the base games of both Metroid and Wanderers from Ys, and then we'll move on into Zero Mission and Oath and Felghana. You can tell I have not rehearsed this at all, and I'm just speaking really off the cuff here. That being said, let's begin. Everything else is set up properly. I really should not have launched that transition. Hey Ned, what's up? If you're ready to join the audio line, I can get that all set up in a hot bit. Alright, I had this file ready. Let me just buzz you in and also, just an FYI with the audio guests, if the game audio is too loud, let me know and I'll dip the volume accordingly. Yeah, I see. Well, I botched the intro song. Gotta love when I do that entire thing with MIDI. And, you know, because back then, a few streams earlier, or plenty of streams earlier, I have MIDIs of both NES Zelda opening themes and some of the Metroid themes as well. And yeah, let's just say trying to transition from one scene to another ended up choking DOSBox a bit. I'll make up for that later. Let's do mixer. I'm gonna drop the emu down to about 30%. Don't worry, I hope I don't have any more technical difficulties. More technical difficulties should be coming out of my mouth. Well, then again, my brain influences my mouth and also what's going on screen. Let's just do the opening. And this is not the original Princess Zelda that Link saved all those years ago. This is a new one, or rather, one that has been a little bit further up the line of ascent. Alright, so, this gameplay loop. You grind, you go out into the open fields. It kind of feels more like one of those RPGs rather than just the action RPGs we've had earlier, the more traditional ones. Usually when I think of this format, I'm thinking more like the Tales of series. And I wouldn't mind doing random encounters up here again. Just the thing is, though, kind of depends on what you want to do venue-wise. And I'll get into how either of those can be changed a little bit later. Yeah. Not so friendly townsfolk here, are there? Fire magic, huh? And there's no real healing items out here. You pretty much have to run back to town and visit any of the healing houses. You don't have to worry about money either, which I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing. Oh no, everything's clipping. Sorry, talk with my father before you leave town. You learn the magic from these guys, and there's also some knights that we learn downward thrusting from, and upward thrusting. I apologize for any seizures you are going to have experiencing this. The other thing that I pretty much will get to is just more combat, and let's wait till we get to dungeons proper and other places, because I want to talk more in depth with what goes on in those places and, well, what I want to see in those. Candles. Any townsfolk, and sometimes they don't have anything worthwhile to talk about. See what's in here. Ow. Flaws of not being able to see. Ooh. Honey bag. I'll take that. And An early magic expansion, I'll take that too. There are only 3 stats you can level up in this game. Your attack rating, your magic, and it's not really so much potency of magic, it's more like just how much mana you have to burn on this. So, yes, there was more or less a mana gauge, and yeah, being attacked on the road does nothing. Yeah, there's one other thing I want to get around here, and it is from here. Get that too. Sometimes I'm either a beneficiary of whether you get the good money bag. I mean, it's not Scrooge McDuck money bags, but who's counting? And yes, if you fall to your... There are lava or water pits that if you fall into them, well, you lose a life. There's a limited life system in this game, and that honestly would probably be one of the harder parts of dealing with Zelda 2 overall. Trophy, and then let's get out of here. And hopefully not get sniped by those bats into a pit. Yeah, falling into any lava or water pit just counts as a... And I'm like, ah. I personally think that's cheap. Later installments, though, just don't penalize you as much. Rather, you lose like half a heart or maybe a quarter heart when all's said and done, but here the life system's a lot different. Rather, it's just everything's in increments of 16. And yes, you can only restore it by going to expansions. I thought your name should be Errol. Alright. Alright, let me get one of the guys over, and then I'll bring one of the guests over a little bit later. Yeah, later on in the game you have to just go find things in order to unlock more magic houses, or go to the knights' houses as well. I got high jump boots. I just wish they were worthwhile more. That's one thing I probably would like to address on either end, is just like, should high jumping be restricted to magic, or should it be given like a dedicated item? Thinking more like for freedom of movement sort of options. Like how later installments, well, starting from Link's Awakening on, or rather, hang on, I'm wrong, starting from Link to the Past on. Sorry, I was playing Link's Awakening a while ago. How you might get, like, the Pegasus boots and Rock's cape. I'm going, those items wouldn't be so bad to incorporate in here. And then there comes the question about, what do you want to do with the other staple items? Such as bombs and arrows. They might not fit in this game, well, unless you find a way to jam them in, but I'd rather find more of a Breath of the Wild balance, where you could probably do blunt and piercing weapons as well. Maybe you get the hammer later on in this game, so that wouldn't be a bad pick. And also getting a spear or a poleaxe or something. I thought about that idea as well after playing Breath of the Wild quite a lot. I don't need to see her. I need to go to the old lady's house, the one who restores magic. I do so hate one thing about this game where it kind of feels like just hitting like minimum or maximum range with some of these enemies. I think that's where a lot of the difficulty in mid-game really comes from. It's just going, oh, can I just stab you already, please? Yeah, Rock's Feather was introduced in Link's Awakening, but then, wasn't in Link to the Past. I know in Oracle of Ages you only had the feather, but in Oracle of Seasons you actually got it upgraded to a cape, and I wish I moved further up in Seasons or had footage of it where that would be shown off. Not sure if that's strictly a Capcom thing though, because that's been in... Oh, jeez. Hey Chadwick, what's up? Ow. Ow! I shouldn't have celebrated. Ooh, money bag. I'll take that. Alright. On to the dungeon we go. But first, I'd probably have to heal first, and then come back. I mean, I could try to find some red potions out there. Then again, also in Minish Cap, you could do a downward thrust with the Rock's Cape. I think you have to be at the apex of the jump, and then you could do a downward thrust. I'm like, no Legend of Zelda game, well, almost any Legend of Zelda game, probably after Link's Awakening, can be talked about without the power of downward thrust. You can call me by my first name. Because I've said my first name on camera quite a few times. Where's the old lady? No, there's the healing lady, but, supposed to be old lady with a white aura that's supposed to be throwing my magic. I don't know, I guess I can just survive off shield magic alone. Let's see. No. Stabbity, stabbity, stab, stab, stab. You know what? If I can't do this in less than 2 lives, I'm an idiot. Yeah, like I said, I wanted to do a little bit of, like, the first dungeon. Let's do, like, a little bit of something in mid-game that could illustrate what I want to talk about in terms of remake aspects a lot better. Ah, there's no red potion behind that statue. Boo. Now let's see what's behind here. Yeah, most of the Stalfoses and Darknuts, well, you could try to hit them at max range before getting into a big knife fight series. It's just fights with the Darknuts are just absolute pains in the asses sometimes. And that tends to be like the source of most of my deaths, other than just doing some colossally stupid mistake. And these guys just steal your XP. Ah. Hate that. Makes me wonder if they should still keep the XP aspect. aspect. Moving on, but I can see that working if you go the Oath and Felghana route. Ow. But maybe not in a straight Zero Mission-esque remake. And speaking of like Zero Mission remakes or Zero Mission style remakes, kind of in the vein of another Metroid 2 remake, there was supposed to be a remake of Zelda 2, which kind of tried to give it like the AM2R facelift treatment. I think it was called Shadows of Hyrule or something, but I have not really heard anything from it other than hearing from the guy who was making it that all of his deals with the sprite artists just fell apart. I don't need the fairy yet. Let me wait until I'm a dead man. Or at least a near dead man walking. And yeah, there are some things that your magical shield just cannot just block. Aces, flame magic, being two of them. That makes me wonder if there probably could be like a little better emphasis on defensive play, or if they should adopt something like stances. That too. And if you're wondering where I ever got this game, or at least played it for the first time from, it was part of the classic NES series for the Game Boy Advance. And if you're wondering how far I got into that game and all my qualifications for talking about this are going out the window, I did not make it past Death Valley. I made it to there, but I was a complete moron and didn't know how to, beat some of the later dungeons with only 3 lives and burn the 1-up dolls a bit too early. Ah! Gotta make it past that fairy and everything's gonna be alright, I hope. Grab that and keep running. Yeah, that's kind of the point of this, and yeah, later on I will be showing off some different games where some remake inspirations could come from. I wish there was a little bit of footage from Smash Bros. Melee with Part 2 of Adventure Mode, the Zelda segment, where, you have to find the Triforce, and if you screw that up, you have to face the Dark Links, but no one ever really does Adventure Mode. You know what? I'll take full magic. Fine. Yes. Dark Nuts. Or you can only block in one stance, but they can attack in one stance and block in another at the same time. I boo at you, sir. He's dead. Right. Handle. And let's keep running. And that's the one thing that kind of Ned and I have talked about regarding Smash in general, and we've kind of mentioned this off the air, but a little bit later on in some discussions we had was Melee, or at least Smash in general, is very crisp for platforming. In fact, I'm like, it's like I treat it as a platformer with fighting game elements, and then when it just tries to be like a pure fighting game, I'm going, that's where it loses some of its charm, in my opinion. Or rather, should I call it a platformer mascot fighting game. Or at least, platform game with mascot fighting elements. I think that sounds about right. Tell me if I'm wrong, though, or tell me what better words you have for it. Ow, I got... this was easier. I can run past this guy or close the distance. I'm within his minimum firing range. Ow. Come on. Oh, I knocked him off the map. Alright, I'll take that. I need more shields. Ow! I really need to change that setup because I didn't imagine there being many active conversations in chat. Let's make this horseman a headless horseman. Can I have this, please? Thank you. And I know this is a waste of an XP gauge, but you know what? I don't care. Ideally, you just want to clear the dungeon, or at least get the item, kill the boss, die, and then come back, and then just put the crystal on, and that's just free XP. It'll automatically raise you to the next level. To Magic Plus. And the palace turns to stone, or rather it just turns into a whole solid mountain, so yay for that. At least I got the item. Nice bright candle. I'm not gonna go too much deeper into another dungeon because I want to get around to talking about different games as much. Oh, I thought that was the fairy. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that's one dungeon down. Yeah, let's just go deep until like another one, and then I'm thinking I'm probably gonna illustrate my point with the other games. We'll do Metroid and Zero Mission after this, and then we'll do Wanderers from East and Oath and Felghana after. That was a waste of a magic jar. I can't let you do that, Boomerang Fox! Well, Matt, I just admitted earlier I'm trash at this game, too. Yeah, thanks very much for coming. Nice to hear from you, from all these ages. Stupid fox. Fox! want to get hit by those damn bats. Well, I lived. Maybe next time this game should have proper fairy fountains. Oh, come on! This is a tease! Thank you. Well, to be honest, you know, I could just consult a map. So I'm just going, I kind of threw my hands up. Or, you know, you can always just draw one on paper. I want to go to the next town. Ow. You know what? Yeah, let's just go to the next town and then I'm gonna go call it quits. I don't want to do another palace in early game. A map system in Zelda 2? I wouldn't mind that. But yeah, Ned, just let me know when you're available on the voice line. And man, I'm just wondering if you're on as well, because your status said gray. Hello, what do you have? Eyes of Ganon are everywhere. Alright. It's like the spies of Saruman are everywhere. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Hello, what's this? Gotta press B to find stuff everywhere. Fun. At least they're better than pixel hunts, in my opinion.
I don't know that I've ever found that mirror.
Yeah, some houses were just empty for the sake of being empty. I forgot what this bit or bot booze was for. I think you needed to have like the spell from Endgame later. Really, who calls a spell spell? That's too far because I can't cross the river that way. Where was the Mirror Gal's house? I'm just gonna keep playing on this save until I eat it. Ah, here it is. And all these people living in lavish two-story houses, but you can only go through the first floor in the basement. Oh, healing magic. Yeah, because apparently finding hearts out in the field is too hard for a 16-year-old Link. Okay, you know what? Let's just go as far as we can in the other palace and just beat it over there. Ah! Ow. An XP bag. No. If I know I'm gonna eat it, I'd rather not just touch those bags. They'll come back when I come back for them. But not if I die. If you claim it, it's gone. Yeah, I don't know how you could rejig the XP system. Or if you just want to do like a straight, I don't know, just straight Not this way. Straight strength, defense, healing system. Like what all the East Arc titles did. So,
yeah, I'm not sure what you do there, because it's not really directly useful. Like, you could replace it with heart pieces super easily.
Yeah, heart pieces and magic expansions. Yeah, pieces of heart. Ah. I kind of forgot Breath of the Wild doesn't use a piece of heart system. Let's see how much deep into the swamp we can go. I don't know about different terrain being a thing here, but swamp, stop. I wonder if the Tales series had like swamp-like venues. All I can tell you for sure is I do not want to relive the stance of Kogor and Vesperia. That venue sucked.
Yeah, that venue was absolutely horrid.
Yeah, I'm just wondering also if they want to... What do you think would be a better idea? Just keep the overworld as is and do it like what Tales did? Or, I don't know, just make a whole wider land to wander and, you know, actually get a horse to ride on this time?
I think if it were me, I would go with like the Castlevania 2 style map system. Where you've got an overworld map, but you're going through platforming bits because the emphasis is on the platforming in general.
Yeah, I understand that. Just have like a whole different wide world, and then just remove the overworld, but have them all be traveling locations with the branching. Kind of like how some other platformers, like I forgot if like Child of Light and maybe Dust and Elysian Tale had like north-south where you could just go through doors, that kind of thing.
Yeah, kinda.
Ow. Downward thrusting Stalfos! No! This is a tease, you give me red potion. I'll take it, but I'm not happy with that. I hate these stupid... Everything travels in a sine wave. Please tell me I'm right in saying that.
Looks like one to me.
Yeah, I got 2 more lives here. When I just eat it in this palace, I'm like, okay, let's move on a little bit forward. So at least I can show off the upward and downward thrusting. Ow! Yeah. I guess I have this game to thank for having Link and Smash just be nothing but downward thrust. For me, that is. Just doing nothing but downward thrusts.
So true.
And if you're wondering, yeah, I use one of the GameCube style controllers for Switch on eMove for this one. I don't know, for me it's a lot easier to handle it through a stick rather than, you know, trying to do like directional hitting with the D-pad, you know, like when you're trying to do a slide. Slide on your knees and then just attack from there. I got a key. I can go back upstairs and get the glove. I need that. Yeah, I gotta get back to playing Child of Light sometime. It's been a while since I've touched that game. It's nice, you know. Most of the exploration is a side-scroller, but combat's turn-based. Or rather, a variation of turn-based. I wouldn't necessarily say something like Final Fantasy's active time battle system, but I gotta see if I can come up with a better comparison. All these bloody tears dropping. Ah. That jump. I just want to get as far as the item. Ow! Ow! I'm gonna die. You can tell I hate Dark Nut fights with a passion in this. Warned y'all earlier. If it's not me falling to a platform, it's dying to a Dark Nut.
Is there any game that Dark Nuts aren't miserable in?
Wind Waker. Because you could just parry and then just and then just slice one up their back. Or you can just grab their heavy swords and also whack them with it as well. That's a valid tactic. I don't think Breath of the Wild ever had Dark Nuts. Not dying, it beats dying. Let's see. That... I really should have waited for that one. Yeah. Avoid attacks by ducking. I mean, if Bloodstained Ritual of the Night didn't teach me that. And that's another thing I hate about this game. It's just more like, you can't duck while you're in an elevator. Like, I hate being shot from that. Stupid little Super Mario plants. Let's see if I can make it to the end of the row here. Without having a brick fall on top of me. Well. Ow. Not like that money bag was gonna save me anyways. Yeah, I hate that, where it's more like, feel like you had them, but then it's like, no, they just sneak one right up your nuts. Yeah, let's do a little bit of later on. Ones where I can get like another heart container, and I've already cleared about 3 of the palaces so far, out of the 6. And lo and behold, I get the hammer to break open boulders. I wouldn't mind having the hammer be an offensive weapon. You know, especially when you have to deal with the thick armored foes. Thing is, though, I kind of feel like having that kind of serves more in the Oath and Felghana method. Because Ease from Arc on more or less emphasized the slash blunt piercing weapon triangle dynamic. Question is, though, what do you want as the third weapon? I pretty much just bang the table for having a lance. That's my opinion.
I think you've already got one in the bow.
Yeah, the question is, though, it's like, do you really want that to be like a heavy wind-up weapon that's only used in, like, particular situations? Because I'm just wondering, it's like... And also, do you want to fire on the run with the bow, or is it the sort of thing that you want to plant yourself to the ground in while you shoot things? There's kind of that I'm kind of considering. Yeah, this is all shallow water for the boots. I wouldn't mind, in the vein of the Oracle games and Link's Awakening, if there were swimming segments in this one. Because at least the flipper segments, or at least the mermaid suit segments in Oracle of Ages, I'm like, you know, fighting while swimming probably isn't that bad an idea. Although, granted, the problem is you probably can't block. What do you think about that idea?
I think it's got potential. I'm just kind of running through in my head what the ramifications of some changes would be. Because, like, I'm still back on the third weapon. And the thought coming to mind is you've got the boomerang. I'm thinking of the bow being like Samus's just regular long beam with a charge-up version, but you also have the boomerang as another quick and dirty ranged weapon option.
Yeah, because I was also thinking on that line of thought, you know, did you play like any of the Monster Hunter installments before Ultimate?
The only Monster Hunter I've really played in any degree at all is the third PSP game.
And oh right, a third portable took out the swimming segments. The flooded forest was actually dried up in that. Because I was thinking something along the lines of that, where, you know, you could probably still attack and maybe block underwater, but I'm thinking that might be a little bit too overboard. And you could also, you know, shoot underwater and, you know, draw the bow underwater as well. That's kind of the thought process I was thinking of.
Yeah, just off the top of my head, if you're using like the Smash Brothers button layout for Link, there is a guard button there, so that's... you don't exactly have to worry about, like, the passive block that you have in this game.
Yeah, because I remember, like, in East, the Ark in Epistem, and Oath and Felghana, you know, Adol didn't really block at all with a shield. Or rather, he had a tackle attack in Oath when he got the lightning magic, where he could shield bash things, but... no, the shield wasn't really used in any sort of other defensive capacity. I don't think he really used the shield all that often in Ark, other than just being a passive boost to defense.
Yeah, it's usually just a defense bonus in general.
Because you could block in... there was actually a blocking animation for him in E7, but there wasn't really... He didn't really use a shield in either Celceta, Donna, or Monstrum Nox. Pretty much every other party installment just had him using some blocking stance with a sword, or, you know, just an aura that went around him for flash guarding. And I'm in a place that uses fire magic quite well. I have to wonder, elemental magic. speaking while we're on that topic, I wouldn't mind seeing a Breath of the Wild-esque style going with fire, ice, and lightning to charge weapons. It's just when you get too matchup specific is when I'm thinking the line might be drawn over there.
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to stick with the original magic rod from the first game.
Oh, just the regular flame rod?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because I was wondering if that could have been a third weapon as well. You know, it's like... I don't know, you're probably... Just a question of how much complexity am I probably thinking about adding. Would it be a bit too much in this case? Sword, hammer, and magic. But I don't know, I'm thinking it's like, you really... It's like ever since like playing like the Arc installments and the Party installments of East, I'm going, you gotta have piercing as the third one.
Yeah, maybe some kind of Zora Trident. So if you got a Zora Trident as your third weapon, you can do underwater segments, and then when you go to use the bow underwater, the bow can be replaced by a Trident toss.
I hate being attacked by flyers. I mean, I do have upward and downward attacking, but still. Yeah, because I was thinking about rune enchantments on weapons for this. Maybe like, I don't know, Dark Cloud or some other games that give you elemental rune enchantments. A lot of things to be thinking about from a design perspective.
Yeah, I don't think anything that really makes you focus excessively on Link's upgrade customization is necessarily a good idea.
Or if you're going to be throwing way too many things all over the place and not sticking to the heart of the combat loop.
Yeah, you've got two primary gameplay loops. You've got the combat loop and you've got the exploration loop. And Zelda has always leaned heavily on the exploration loop. So anything that would be like character development stuff would distract from the exploration in general, I think.
Well, Event, I kind of can't answer that question right now, but as far as the stat caps go, 888. Yeah, there's a lot of things on a design perspective that kind of really goes, okay, what really can work in the context of a yeah, I forgot these. Yeah, block maces. I got a downward thrust. What the hell am I doing? He fell to his death. Ow! I really thought I could get over that. Damage boosting. It doesn't work like Super Metroid.
Oops.
Yeah, and I don't know, there's also a form of magic that'll transform you into a fairy, but I never found that to be really situationally useful unless, you know, you want to try to duck everything, but bad chance of that happening reliably. And if you're wondering if I try to cheese the Death Valley approach using fairy magic, believe me, it doesn't work.
The best thing the fairy magic is good for is just silly jokes.
Yeah, otherwise it's just a big, did you visit the town and get the magic before you visit the Swamp Palace? No, sorry, not the Swamp Palace. The Graveyard Palace. And that's one other... And now that we're on that topic about situationally useful or useless magic, reflect magic. Only use it to counter magic with whiz robes here. Because, unfortunately... that's the only thing it's really good for. Like, I just don't want spells to be just pigeonholed to one dungeon. Okay, this is a dead end. I already got the key from here. I'm trying to look for another locked door.
Yeah, I would make Reflect work the way it does in Crystallis.
Explain that?
Right, so in Crystallis, you had a Reflect or Barrier spell, and basically just you tapped the button. Anytime you held it, it was like getting you get a shield that would block any projectile. And you'd basically just it would consume mana for as long as you hold it. So you basically just kind of tap it to block spells right as they would get to you, or bullets from enemies, etc. So it would be useful for things like those silly flies. You could just hold it down while you run under them, and the little drops fall down on you.
Stupid anti-fairy.
It would also probably be a good spell just to block anti-fairies with.
Yeah.
If you were cruel and added likes, I could see the spell making them explode.
Yeah, because I know, like, the one thing you could kill anti-fairies with was magic powder in Link's Awakening.
That would be a good thing to turn the spell into.
Magic powder?
Yeah.
Ah, fan-freaking-tastic. See if I can just get the mace guy, or if I can just get a downward thrust on him. Downward thrusting, what is it not good for?
In the words of the Commander Keen aliens, all hail the Holy Pogo Stick.
Yeah, I over-relied on it so much in Smash because, you know, it's like, that's just one of all Link's signature moves, you know, Teenager Link, Young Link, or, you know, Wind Waker Link. It's just so satisfying to use.
I think the only move I abused more often was Marth's downward slash. And they're both just the same move, styled slightly differently.
Ah, crap, I don't have 2 full bars of mana. See what's over here. I want to see if there's a red potion or the like. Oh, bots. Alright. Oh! I jumped I didn't jump on the edge. I wouldn't mind just having the live system be replaced just by having a big-ass health penalty. Especially if you're gonna get more card containers. Go on.
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to go the Metroid route, where you just don't have the instant death pits. You just fall in and you start taking damage and have to jump out.
Wish these guys would die in a tire fire, and... You know what? I quit. Next game. I don't really think there's any reason for me to save here, because I can just get the hard container and just start over. Let's just play Metroid on NES.
Sounds like a plan.
And then we'll move on to Zero Mission after this. Let's see if I can beat Metroid in one city in maybe 1 hour. And probably with just one death. Metroid, where every game teaches you... No, Metroid. The game that teaches you to go left first instead of right. And a game that actually heals you. Although granted, in some cases, whenever I play Metroid on the NES, it's just going, please give me a missile drop, I just need the ammo to bust through this door.
So true. Then again, there's also the whole pain that is, like, getting healed after a continue.
Or it's like, yeah, kind of find, like, enemies with, like, 20 plus healing, like, the Rios or, side hoppers. Or, you know, it's like, you just time your death well enough where you're going, okay, fine, I can just find the energy tank. Imagine if this game actually had backgrounds like the palaces. It's just a dark, gloomy cave on this planet.
If it hadn't been released so early in the life cycle, it probably would have.
Ow. Ow.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should just go for the bombs right now or just go for the long beam.
Not having access to the mapper chips also kind of hurt it, because it's an FDS game.
And the FDS version also had what, a proper save system.
It did. Do you have the stuff to patch the ROM handy? Because you could patch with the other hack and add in the save game stuff to it.
I don't. And I remember seeing the clear data screen, which was, you know, you just give her the big bag of money and go, ta-da, here's your Scrooge McDuck reward. The next mission.
Yeah, I find the other patch to be very spoiling. It's almost the only way I can play the game.
Ow! I got attacked through the door. Ah, yes. Classic Metroid, where you can be attacked through doors. Yeah, that's only a guaranteed 20 health, but, you know... What? I was promised 20 health. Where's my 20 health? There's my 20 health. I just need missiles. The successful indicator of a good Metroid run is whether you get missiles at the appropriate times.
I don't think I've had a run of the original game that didn't degenerate into farming missiles.
Oh, there's a pair of missiles. Yeah, wait until, like, I just spend a lot more time just beating Metroid on NES than, you know, actually playing Zelda 2, which was the heart of the, you know, why I'm playing these other games. Maybe this was a really bad comparison for before and after.
I'm just imagining Link with the Pegasus shoes doing the Samus speed booster thing right now.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, because Pegasus boots and Rock's cape were a thing in Minish Cap. I forgot whether it was possible to put the two together. Because I know you had the Pegasus seeds in the Oracle games. You didn't have the Pegasus boots in those games. You had you just had seeds. Link just drops them onto the ground, and he would just run faster in general. And therefore, he would boost his running distance by like 1 block to, I don't know, maybe 3 blocks. I forgot what was the distance he could gain for using Rock's Cape, but I know there was in Oracle's Seasons, there's this collapsing walls room in the Ancient Tower dungeon where you kind of have to run through to the end of the room and back while the walls are collapsing. And you had to use both the Pegasus boots and Rock's Cape to navigate it, otherwise you'd be crushed and, you know, you die. And yeah, dead.
Yeah, in Link's Awakening you could combine boots and feather, and you could use it to get to a few places you shouldn't have been able to get to at that point. Like, most of the hookshot barriers, they liked doing this thing where the barriers were 4 holes long, because a Pegasus boot-powered jump carried you basically over 3 pits. Mm-hmm. But you could go slightly diagonal through the jump, and you would usually be able to cross, because they would just do it staggered. You do like a row of 4 pits, a row of 4 pits, a row of 4 pits, but they would just be staggered and offset, so you could do a diagonal jump and just barely make it. There was only like 1 or 2 places where it was actually useful, because usually you were missing something else you needed weapon tool-wise to take advantage of it, but
or you needed like one song on the ocarina to do progression or something.
Or something, yeah. It's been a while, and just so you're aware, like, my Zelda knowledge is really kind of one-sided. Like, I basically only played the first 4 games with any real seriousness. I played the Oracle games each once, but...
You didn't do it in a linked session?
Hmm?
Did you do it in a linked session, like you had both at once and you just used you just carried over your progress with the password?
Yeah, what happened was a friend and I each bought the opposite games, and then we did the passwords thing at the end, and then traded carts and finished each other's carts.
Ah, nice. At least the password system in the Oracle games isn't like 3 pages exhaustive like Golden Suns was. It was more like, just get yourself the link cable and save yourself a lot of time if you want to transfer everything.
I was so thankful I had an SP and the original Game Boy Advance.
I'm forgetting, which drop-down was it for me to get to early ice cream? 2 or was it 1? Let me see. I don't know why, but in this game I am very allergic to using Wave Beam.
It's because you don't get to take it into the final area.
Yeah, it's like you really can't go into Turian with it.
It's another reason I like the Other hack. It lets you combine the beams Super Metroid style.
Early ice cream. And I remember the Narpus sort of password made it look like they stacked together, but no, it was just more like the wave beam colored blue and it just shot a regular ice projectile.
I've never used Narpus Sword. I've only ever used Justin Bailey.
Remember the days of good old rumors where we're going, yeah, there was a secret place known as Warfare, and then you could just, get like the wood beam and pipe boots.
I forgot stuff like that.
Am I supposed to count to 5 for this? Oh, I have to count to 7. Ah. Yep. Actually, I gotta count almost to 8 1,000. Or count to 7 1,000, and then on 8, that block should reform. Guess I could try to go for early various suit, but I'd rather do that when I get high jump boots. I forgot where this pit goes, but I think it was a dead end.
I'm pretty sure it's a dead end. I'm still like 5 seconds behind your actual gameplay on stream, but...
Because I know in Zero Mission they actually put a missile block over there, and, well, you don't get early ice cream anymore. Rather, it's more like a statue that'll tell you how to get to ice cream.
I did not like how handholdy Zero Mission was.
Oh, in terms of, like, the statue navigational aids?
Yeah.
Or rather, I just found them to be massive wastes of time. I'm going, guys, I'm trying to beat hard mode in sub 2 hours. Can you throw me a bone here? Although granted, if I'm above an hour after killing Mother Brain, or at least like at 50 minutes, I know that's my own damn fault.
I kept having the problem where I would do things I knew about, and I would come out behind the statue, and because I came at it from the wrong side, I couldn't take that path yet. Would have to come from the other side to turn the damn statue on.
Yeah, I skipped the navigational guide for Various Suit now. Because I'm like, no, it's like, I know where Various Suit is, I don't need to touch the statue unless I'm really that desperate for healing. I know, the Speed Booster statue after you get Ice Beam. Oh yeah, that one. Like, you're just telling me this is all the way over at Kraid. I'm like, stop. Any other upgrade would do. Let me just get high jump boots. I know I really would like more missiles, but I think I'll just eat a death here. Ow! And you know, with Stance Warfare, you gotta remind me, I have bombs. The biggest tease is just having 4 missiles. All you need is just a 5th. I wonder if I should have really just gone for the missile packs to the west first and then come back for all of these. I can probably take the missile packs a little bit further, because I know there's a bunch of missile packs 2 rooms above after this. But I know I'm going to be kicking and screaming when I reach the high jump boots door. I'm going, oh, give me a 5th one already! Now, you must have ice cream to get to ice cream. I honestly thought that was stupid. Yeah, I need high jump boots to get up there. Well, pray for a missile expansion. Or at least...
No bomb dropper?
I'm not that good at the game to pull that stunt.
Yeah, I can't do it either.
It's not... No, the very bottom takes me to Ridley, and I know, I don't do West Ridley on NEStroid at all.
Last time I played the NES Metroid, I got so lost, I actually killed Ridley before Kraid.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do that in Zero Mission as much, kill Ridley before Kraid. I mean, if I thought about doing a 15% run, then arguably I'd go that route first. I'm like, okay, I'm already by Ridley's doorstep when I'm down in North, I might as well just kill him. But, you know, it's like, I don't really have the patience to, you know, just sit back and try to park like 50 missiles on him, just dodging for God knows how long. I'm not really patient enough to do the low percent runs. Those are the only 2 things in Zero Mission I have not done yet. Well, I don't have the patience and I don't have a plan.
This game really does require a plan.
Give me missiles, please! Should've probably just waited by, Ow! Yeah, I'll just wait by the bugs and pray for missiles, because I am not gonna have the patience to live through this. I wonder if there's more missiles, down here. You know what? Wait by the bugs. Ow! Ow! And give me another missile pack, please. Thank you. Ow! Be like Donkey Kong Country going. Ow! Sorry if that was a little bit too high pitched.
Oh no, it's just my ears.
Okay. I need a health expansion. Ah! The lag gods were kind for once. I'm wondering if I should really just go kill go kill Ridley right now, or just go back, go kill Kraid first, and then double back for Ridley. Because I'd rather just get the various suit before facing either one. I'm not sure if I have a... If I know where to get 40 missiles before killing Ridley. Well, this makes things a hell of a lot easier. I probably should have just eaten to death. For time saving sake. I am not dead yet. Spring Ball really was not introduced until Metroid 2. What they did in Zero Mission and some other games was they just mixed it with high jump boots.
A good compromise.
Yeah, because I know when... Ow! Yeah, in Fusion and Zero Mission, they mixed both high jump and all together. In Prime Trilogy, they gave it to you as soon as you unlock the bombs. And in Dread, they gave you Spring Ball out of the box, but it really did not like have any good, useful application, other than probably just jumping a little bit high. Ow! I'm just gonna get the extra missiles, and then let's just go get various suit. Actually, no, let's do that on our way back. I got Screw Attack, I'm fine. We'll just come back for the missiles, when we go kill Ridley back up. But that was the one thing I did like about Zero Mission, was just adding, you know, staple items from Superon and adding them into the stock Metroid arsenal. Which is where I kind of got the idea of, like, okay, what can we do with the later staple items back in Zelda 2? I'm a pretty huge proponent of having Rock's Cape be in it. You mentioned...
I was thinking about the Rock's Feather before you started tonight, so yeah, I'm with you right there.
Yeah, especially because Rock's Cape, I'm not sure if that's exactly a Capcom thing, because that's shown up in all of Oracle's seasons. In Ages, you only have the feather.
It's from Super Mario World.
Yeah. Oh, the feather? Or...
Yeah, the feather is from Super Mario World, where it gives you a cape.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind having Rock's Cape be a thing. I'm going, yeah, I wouldn't mind just being able to jump chasms. Because I was thinking, maybe if you were gonna take notes out of Oath and Felghana, I probably would not just adopt the double jump just right off the bat. You kind of have to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Rock's Feather being the double jump makes perfect sense, I think, because it puts you on parity with Smash Melee.
Yeah, because I was thinking about Rock's Cape being like the one that would let you glide over like bigger chasms. That was kind of my bang the table reason for having that.
Either you go with Pegasus boots for the long jump, or you go with the quote-unquote triple jump with the charged spin slash or something.
I mean, as long as you don't have to do that sort of double-click jump action or the flick the stick and attack, like, you remember that one jump in Ark and Nepishtim?
The one to get to Majinu?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was... Trying to land on the pillar just to get me in the right place to do that jump was bad enough.
Yeah, what they did in both in Felghana and in Origin, they you didn't have to do any movement with it. Rather, it was just a def down attack. So, like, anytime you ended up having that sort of slash, I forgot what Unica had. I think it was just like a downward chop in Origin. Hugo had a lightning bolt that came from the sky. I forgot what Toll had. I think Adol had like some sort of special thrust, and it was just you just drop the enemy's defense by 1 when that flick attack connects. Of course, they're not gonna do something like that where you're gonna have the straight StarCraft subtract defense mechanic where everything has a natural defense of 1 or 2 or the like. Pretty sure many other games have adopted just a straight addition of subtraction defense.
Yeah, Nintendo's pretty much in that vein as far as I know, because I remember how defense worked in Fire Emblem. Ugh.
Classic Fire Emblem, right?
Yeah. Where it's just straight up damage minus defense.
That I should get a second energy tank.
It's weird. Both this game and Zelda 2 were designed for the disk system, and they have completely different file load strategies.
What about Kid Icarus Angel Ant story?
I'm not sure about that one. I was never into Kid Icarus. Kid Icarus is the Metroid engine, though, so...
Or at least it was the one that was built before, or at least the engine on which Metroid was built. Just thankfully you don't have to have this big long ascent up from hell. Before you make it back to Earth, that is.
Yeah. I watched HP, making sure I remember his name right, HPR Shredder's video on that. And that's about my entire knowledge of Kid Icarus.
Yeah, I think I made it out of hell once, but not without just an absolute level of save scummery on Emu. I just didn't really have the patience to go through the big destroy all the panels trials to get a weapon upgrade. And I think that's like the second to last door before you go into the dungeon proper. And you were mentioning something about burn mechanics, or I was mentioning something about swimming, and you were mentioning about burn mechanics in Zelda 2. Like, you know, it's like I'd rather just throw out the entire life mechanic and say, okay, just do damage. Would you say that probably adding I know I'm probably tacking on more complexity to this. Adding on something like the Goron tunic for heat resistance would, just cut down on flame-based damage. I know there was in Ocarina on, you had the Goron tunic. Nullify damage from heat, a la the various suit.
Yeah, I was about to say, just like you've got a perfect basis already built there in the Metroid equivalents.
And not to mention also in Breath of the Wild, I mean, it doesn't really apply to lava, but you have flame armor, which, can help it withstand extreme heat. No, don't fly away, I want to get this upgrade here. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having something like, more Flame Breaker armor or just the Goron tunic just to cut down on burning damage. Of course, Super Metroid and Zero Mission and Fusion also kind of went, you thought you could resist regular acid and heat, right? Nope, here's this green acid that goes, screw your varying gravity suits.
It was so unimaginative, too. We need a hazard, but they're already immune to all the hazards. We'll just make one that's +1.
Or one that goes, oh, you already have that resist. It's like, oh, you thought you could use this? Nope. We got something that counteracts this. I'm just wondering if I should just... get to the energy tank and let's just go kill Kraid outright. I mean, I don't really need missiles to kill Kraid. It'll be a hell of a lot easier, but, I get missiles for killing him.
A lot of missiles.
There's a dump truck of missiles in Kraid. I know in Zero Mission, there's like 11 packs of missiles in Kraid alone? Or am I thinking of 9? I really need to check the New Game Plus count.
I want to say he sets your missiles to 75. Assuming you don't already have 75, that is.
In all honesty, I probably should have just eaten it after killing Kraid and then just eaten it to death and then just come back for the energy tank. That probably would have been the better play overall. As assuming I don't get whacked by the side hoppers or the other bugs around here. I'm forgetting which door I needed to take, get me to Kraid rather easily. Oh, it's this one here.
Not going to do the roll-unroll jump trick?
I don't think so.
It's a weird glitch. I don't understand it myself.
Metroid,
but I can watch a task do it.
Metroid, it's full of adopted glitches. This shaft is stupid. Alright, now, Alright, well... Alright, now, don't share needles, kids. And better yet, yeah, don't share needles and your linty fingernails. Okay, he's dead. Extra 75 missiles for me. Oh, energy tank, please, don't leave me. Just gotta love these weird face blocks. Alright. And yeah, I could kill Mother Brain right now, but the problem is, though, with me doing my napkin math, I'm probably not going to be able to have enough missiles, or at least enough of a cushion to reliably destroy all the barriers in Mother Brain with. I mean, there is a bare minimum I need for it, but like I said, I'm not very confident in my abilities to get clean shots off, and, you know, pray Lady Luck is on my side. I could do the freeze a bug and then improv the bridge after that, but like I said, napkin math, or at least my lack of confidence, and napkin math say no. Safe zone. I do not want to say I nailed it. I'm one block spawn away from all of this going completely awry. Let's just see if I can just go kill Ridley as quick as possible. Get the extra missiles and then back. Do what you suggested. On my way all the way to the right, and no, that didn't work.
Close. Here we are in Red Tower once again.
Kind of makes me wonder if the pirates, when they rebuilt this whole base for Super, they were just like, let's just keep this room just painted with a big shade of red and just move it over to this side of the lair. They re-excavated a lot. Or rather, they left the Chozo statue-guarded bits alone and said, okay, you know what, let's just build the rest of the dungeon around these.
Super Metroid was always dangerously close to being a remake of Metroid. Like, it had this strange property where it was a remake and a sequel at the same time, and it's... I feel like, just going back to kind of our original topic, like, the Zelda II remake would have to do the same thing, where it's Zelda 2, but not.
And there was also one other topic that kind of slipped my mind because we've been so ingrained in like the mechanical discussions. I'm also thinking, what are you gonna do from a story perspective other than probably just keep the base story intact? And remember, it was like all the crosses being in there. I'm going, like, did Hyrule change their religion or something way back when? This wasn't the Sanctuary in Link to the Past more like a regular church at the time?
I want to say yes, but I know they made a lot of changes for North America.
Yeah, and I do remember, like, in Hyrule Warriors, when you got the level 3 sword for Link, the red magical sword and the magical shield, they still kept more of the cross aesthetic, but, they just put the Triforce symbols around it, or rather, the power gems in a cross pattern. Makes me wonder.
Yeah, I would have to think and read a lot on that, because I know they really, I wouldn't say fleshed out or expanded, but I know they really superficially updated a lot of the concepts. Like, there's the 3 goddesses and so on that just weren't there before Oracles.
Oh yeah, because I think the 3 goddesses concept was really fleshed out in Ocarina, because Ocarina came first before the Oracle games. Ocarina was...
Yeah, Zelda 64 was the one that was so bad I couldn't play it. The camera in that game just hated me.
Kill me over this, but in all honesty, I preferred Wind Waker over Ocarina. And it's probably just a symptom of me just liking things that were a little bit faster paced in general, like why I liked Zero Mission a lot compared to Super. Hang me if you care. But yeah, it was just like Zero Mission and Wind Waker, just everything felt like more fluid, if you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think I get you. I haven't played either. Like, I tried Zelda 64 in the store, and did not like the camera. Wind Waker I didn't even bother with. The art style just offended me at a deep existential level, and I just refused to play it. Those eyes are the most horrifying thing I have seen. Like, Pennywise the Clown is not as scary as the eyes in Wind Waker.
Just Link's eyes in general, or just every character's eyes?
Every character's eyes. All of them have just this dead look. Like, it's the look that if you ask a 3 or 4-year-old to draw an eye, it's that same something is wrong, existentially terrifying eye that you always see.
I'm forgetting which hallway led to Ridley. I'm gonna go with number 3 from the bottom.
So yeah, I don't know what the fluidness in those games is, but Super Metroid to Zero Mission, the jumping speeds were just massively sped up. So that's probably it, I think.
Yeah, Wind Waker, in my opinion, the combat felt a little bit more fluid, and also it's just having the backstab parry system was just a massive payoff.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, just on the surface.
Yeah, because it was just the killer move was just, you find, it's like you see the parry cue, or, you block or you attack well enough, and then, if you try to go for, a killer move, you can parry it, you can just roll, Link just rolls around and then just slashes them off the back. It was just more, it's the sort of thing you would do after, just a regular 3 attack string. 3 attack string, and then they would go aggressive, and then you would just punish them with it. Alright, let's go kill Ridley real quick. launch like 40 missiles in his face, and I win. Actually, I'm thinking it's 40. I haven't really counted exactly. Ow. Yeah, I get why there are proponents of the wave beam. You know, if you have the various suit, you can just duck behind Ridley and then just shoot him with a wave beam with impunity, but I'd rather just employ the dump missiles in a space strategy.
It just works.
Yeah, it's like the age-old question. If it's stupid but it actually works, is it stupid? Alright, now, yeah, one of the more stupid things I'd say about Wind Waker is like, someone asked me, it's like, hey, what was your favorite sailing story growing up? Was it like Dawn's Boat or The Hunt for Red October? I'm like, it was The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. It's like, what's that about? It's a kid who saves his sister sailing on a red boat. And somehow ends up saving a princess and finds an entire lost kingdom and all that. I don't know why I'm just going through Metroid or just going through the motions with this. I'm just wondering if I'm just trying to prove a point or something here. I don't think there's really one that's coming to mind. Well, up until I get to play Zero Mission, that is. I told you this was a wildly improvised debate. I didn't say there would be actual content in it.
I mean, it's a fun topic so far.
Yeah.
The big thing I'm getting out of it is that Metroid is a much more straightforward game.
Well, it also helps that I have a fair idea of what I'm doing here, whereas Zelda 2, I'm just getting more pissed off struggling against Dark Nuts that, you know, actually care about exploring.
That's what I mean, though. Like, the different enemies in Metroid feel like they are designed to be beaten, whereas the Dark Nuts are just, hey, this enemy is here to piss you off.
Yeah, I'm thinking the only 3D installment they really haven't shown up in is really just Breath of the Wild. I'm wondering if Tears of the Kingdom is gonna change that.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, because I know Dark Nuts were... They were a thing in Minish Cap, and, you know, you actually had to kill, like, a lot of them at once, or at least, the penultimate fight, you have to kill 3 Dark Nuts in a limited time frame. You wanna know what I just did to deal with them relatively quickly?
I'm guessing bombs.
Yes.
The answer to Dark Nuts is always bombs.
Were Dark Nuts in, the Oracle installments? I remember Lionel's were, but I can't remember Dark Nuts for the life of me.
I don't remember them well enough to comment either way. I
know
they weren't really in 3 or Link's Awakening, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, Link's Awakening you had Armoses, or at least other Armored Knights, but not Dark Nuts specifically.
Yeah, I think they probably just started omitting them for a while there because they overlapped too much with the Armoses. Actually, I'm gonna look this up and see if they're there, and I just didn't know / forgot.
grab like 2 or 3 missile tanks here, and then grab the 2 west side, and then we'll be on our happy merry way. But yeah, as far as like attacks that can't be blocked, I'm going, yeah, there's dragon shoot fire, but it's like, well, you can get around that, but it's like, what's the point of a magical shield if it can't, you know, block magical attacks?
Yeah. Apparently they were in Link's Awakening. I just don't remember.
Which enemies?
Dark Nuts.
No, the Dark Nuts were those armored knights.
Let's see. They were in original game, Link's Awakening, Oracle, Seasons, Four Swords, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess.
Yeah, Twilight Princess, the Dark Nut... Yeah, the Twilight Princess iteration of the Dark Nuts, those are the ones you see in the base Hyrule Warriors. I want to get the 2 other missile packs, and I'll feel very comfortable going to Turian. Because heaven knows I'm probably going to get shafted going, now you only get like 30 HP drops, you don't get like 30 missile drops. I'm like, and then the missile napkin math just does not work out in my favor. What a very unfitting end to how this would play out. I don't know if it was really this game or the Zen chapters in Half-Life that made me go all allergic when it came to ammo consumption. It sure as hell wasn't playing other survival horror games because I suck at those, to be honest. That's about it. Alright. All that for 1 missile tank.
This game is really bad about all that for that.
Yeah, because there's like some moments where you're going, yeah, there are clusters of items, and then there are other moments where you're going, I went through 2 or 3 grueling rooms for this. Whereas, you know, it's always like just some hairpin-esque maneuver just to get like all the later power bombs and fusion. Endgame powerbomb hunting, not fun. Or endgame energy tank and powerbomb hunting, not fun. All just padding for 100%.
In-game fusion was not fun.
Yeah, endgame Zero Mission actually felt like everything was just balanced out, or at least I wish I knew how to, you know, get the east side Ridley missile tanks before cleaning up the planet for the first time. I just did not have the patience to do it without space jump. It's theoretically possible, but let's just say I don't want to be jamming my A button and my thumb just trying to wall jump or trying to get that perfect jump off.
There's very little I hate as much as wall jumping in Zero Mission. Like, as bad as wall jumping in AM2R was, it was still better than Zero Mission.
Yeah, if there's a reason I haven't really done like any AM2R rando run yet, it's because, you know, like how you face off the winged Terizo after getting, what was it, Phaser? Or is it space jump?
Space jump.
Yeah, I'm just going, I just never really practiced, bomb jumping all the way to get Spacer first before space jump, because I'm thinking, yeah, I need something that can give me a little bit of a good offensive edge for this fight.
Yeah, something I think is weird, and just like in terms of just skill growth with Metroid, when you start out, the floaty versions of the game feel worse than Zero Mission does, and then you start to get good at all of them, and then you gravitate towards the floaty controls more than the tight controls. Like, they're awkward and harder to get used to, but once you're used to them, the skill ceiling is way higher. Probably the easiest and best example would be just doing one wall jumps in Super Metroid. Vastly easier compared to trying to do the same thing in Zero Mission or AM2R.
Because there's a little bit more slack when you're doing wall jumps in there.
Right.
Get a little bit more of the cushion of time. Well, if you can just get the kick off properly.
And the floatier controls give you more time in the air to give you a chance to get the spin.
It's a big stupid jellyfish! It just gives me nothing but health when my health is already full. Yeah, Napkin Matt says I probably wasted too many missiles and not get enough back. All of you, come together. I'm mad, man. Less mad, but still mad. This is not gonna work. Alright, time to freeze these flaming Cheerios. Ow! That's... I just went a bunch of missiles unnecessarily doing that. I'm drowning in spaghetti sauce! Oh, why did I double tap the B button for that? I hate these stupid fast rings. Go back to Sonic, will you? Okay, we're done.
Hedgehog will just not stop dying.
Let's get out of here before this whole base explodes. Well, we're out of here. Accomplished.
And it requires much less technical execution than fighting a castle full of Darknuts does.
Let's just hope the drop gods are on your side. Because you're not gonna get a red magical potion out of all of that. And so they give you ice magic. Like, just freeze an enemy and downward thrust him to hurt him the most. Or do something like Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, where you just freeze a dragon face and then just go hit it. I forgot, who had the... Oh, it wasn't Miriam who had the ice magic, that was Athos who had it. Rather, I can't remember the mage's name anymore. And what do you know, a new Game Plus perk. Ow. Back in the early days of the NES when almost everyone was a redhead. There weren't really any blonde characters during the early NES days, were there?
Zelda and Link, kind of, but not really.
Fair enough. I thought Zelda was more of a redhead back then. But I know, like,
Both of them had brown hair, but I remember Zelda being blonde in some of the comic material. Like, the American cartoon Zelda was a redhead, I know, but...
I know, like, I do have the Link to the Past comics somewhere in my box. I think she was pretty sure she was a blonde in that. I guess I could take a look.
Yeah, I know they were blonde by that point.
Alright, on the Zero mission. Let's load up another emu. Let me dip down the volume because Zero Mission and Fusion are very loud by default. Screeching Ridley, anybody?
I mean, I have the stream volume turned down, so I'm not hearing everything twice, so... Doesn't hurt my ears.
Seconds. Yes. Alright, let's do Zero Mission. I'm only going to do like most of the first half. I'm going to skip the sneaking segment because that really doesn't help my case here. And then we'll do like, and then we'll just skip to endgame.
Sounds good.
Alright, just checking the sound's alright. Headphones mode for stereo. I still have not gotten the Fusion Gallery unlocked for this done. I'm pretty sure there's just a save file tweak or two. I'm trying to do an emu to emu connection, but the way that the Fusion linking works is that you have to press select plus start on the other GBA, you know, just so it doesn't go into the game proper, and then the data link would take place. However, it's just called trying to keep the damn thing in BIOS mode, so I could press select and start, and then run the data link is kind of the hard part. It's also one of those just very odd duck situations. Alright. But, yeah, I do have hard mode up until the main midpoint boss, but let's just start the game from the top. Ow. Alright, so what's behind this door over here? Okay, no bridge crossing. Alright, fine.
I remember being so sad that they took that out when this first came out. Like, it's silly, but that was such a perfect exploit.
Yeah, it's just imagine going, no, but we want you to kill the bosses first, and also, here, if you kill Ridley first, no, if you kill Kraid first, enjoy this Ridley cutscene. There's a save room there.
None of these cutscenes were really any good.
Even by Game Boy Advance standards.
When you get right down to it, like, a whole bunch of the additions and reworks they did in this game that weren't from Super just looked terrible. Like, they look more like Comic Zone than Metroid.
Did you ever see the extended Fusion Gallery?
I've looked at some of the screenshots of it from Metroid database, but I would have to go look at it again to remember it. Whoever's in charge of Metroid has this strange idea of Samus as this really, really tall lady, while simultaneously depicting her as short anytime there's other people on this camera.
Yeah, thankfully the Zero Mission manga kind of avoided that in general. Ow. Stupid stinking bugs! Oh yeah, and friendly reminder that Charge Beam does nothing really in the grand context of this game. Just just overcompensating from it being the complete boss killer it was in Fusion. Ow. This room here. Bombs for killing bomb-proof blocks.
Like, the backdrop in this tunnel, that weird purplish reddish background just doesn't look like Metroid. It looks like some weird comic book thing. At least they fixed how hard it was to get out of those pits.
Yeah, rather than just, counting to 8 Mississippi and hoping you time it right.
Mm-hmm.
Going complete Eye of Sauron, are you? If it feels like I'm overreacting to shooting everything with missiles, yeah, I rehearsed this on hard mode just 2 days before this.
There is no kill like overkill.
Yeah, water rooms like this is where I kind of got the idea for adding flippers or the mermaid suit if you're playing Oracle of Ages. Alright. I'm thinking I'm also a little bit just more subconsciously biased towards the advanced installments because, at least on Emu and on the Game Boy player, they were very stick-friendly.
Yeah, that's a good reason to like them.
I think it's also because, like, with most modern controllers just having D-pads be absolute flaming garbage, I'm just going, as long as you're stick-friendly, I don't care. Or unless, you have a game that has really good D-pad action, or, I get a controller with good D-pad action, like the 8-bit DOS I use for playing the Mega Man Zero collection or Azure Striker Gunvolt.
Yeah, there aren't enough good D-pads in the world.
Which is why, hot take, I really liked the Wii U Pro Controller. High parallel sticks, and then the D-pad and face buttons were all low parallel. Like high parallel sticks would be really nice for shooters, and then low parallel D-pad and face buttons. I'm like, this actually works pretty well for platformers.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. I haven't used one before, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I would say, like, my favorite kind of controller, or my ideal build of one would be something like the the Wii U Pro controller, but you give it the 8-point notches that the classic controller for Wii had.
Okay.
Remember you were mentioning something when I did Donna, well, Lacrimosa Donna a while ago, that I think your ideal one would be like having the Y and X buttons on the GameCube controller alongside 3 face buttons that are facing east, west, and south.
Something like that. I'm getting closer to actually getting to where I can 3D model that and actually start printing and trying to Frankenstein kit back it together. Basically, like, my concept is you've got the GameCube style layout, but you've got it set up where you also have the extra button up northwest from the B button, so you can play with YBA the way you would on a normal SNES controller, or you can go BA, X, and then I guess Z. Just something to basically kind of almost a 6-button face thing, but just with 5 instead of 6.
Yeah, I never really played so much with 6-button fight pad format.
Yeah, I've never found the format to make much sense, but I don't play a lot of fighting games either, so.
Well, in my experience, fighting games tend to be complete salt fests, so I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, there's that, and like, my jam was platformers back in the day, so I've beaten Mega Man X more times than I care to admit.
I really could have just wall jumped all the way up there, but I'm not really doing this to go for a plain sub 2-hour run. I mean, I'm probably playing like it is because I'd rather just get to the point for first half of base game, or at least most of base game within reasonable limit.
Yeah, the other thing I would really like in a controller is the like the Steam controller's touchpads. Replace the right stick with one of those. So you've got a touchpad of some sort, and it can work as a stick easy enough. But you really need the tactile feedback from the left stick and or the D-pad, so it has to be real hardware on the left side. But for camera controls, like, you don't really need a stick for that. The touchpad would work perfect.
Okay, high jump along with spring ball. Yeah, I'm not sure if like adding extra bosses like what Zero Mission did is really the way to go in terms of adding to the Zelda 2 gameplay loop.
Well, there's plenty of bosses. Like, mini-bosses might be more apt than actual bosses.
True. Because, you know, it's like, at the end of the day, for this one, it's, you know, kill Ridley, Kraid, Mother Brain, along with whatever post-game throws, whatever the story extension throws at you. As long as we don't have to do, like, crazy... Do you think it's possible to do something like what Oath did with fights?
With what fight? Sorry.
Horde fights. You know, like how the first encounter in Oath and Felghana is like, you know, you're taking on a pack of wolves, and then there are some moments where you're just taking on a pack of enemies for a scripted event.
Yeah, that's plenty doable. It kind of leans towards another question of like, how much story and dialogue would you add to a remake? Because Zelda 2 didn't really have much of anything.
Yeah, it was just mostly background story in the manual, which just tells you, yeah, this was how the Legend of Zelda came to be. Well, in that part of the time, anyway. And it's just like, yeah, it's like all you have to do is just get to the palace and to make sure you don't die, otherwise your blood is what's gonna bring Ganon back to life. Unless you want to, you know, convert all the opening text into a cutscene, but yeah, I don't know what else you could do, story or plot-wise. I mean, we already talked about the entire, you know, religion thing going on in Hyrule around the time.
Well, you've got the sages, and you could add a lot of plot surrounding the sages. Like, you could have them interact with the, you could have them interact with the world as part of the story. So instead of just chilling in the fireplace in some rando's house, they're actually out in the world, and you have to do things to save and or find them.
Because, you know, like every name town ended up becoming a sage's name in Ocarina. Or at least almost every named town became a sage. I forget who the exception was to that. I think it was just Kazuto, and I don't think he was ever a named character in Ocarina. He wasn't one of the 6 sages because Impa took number 6 spot. Or if they would do something like Breath of the Wild, where, you know, you end up doing something for the town on behalf of town's elder, who would probably be a descendant from the namesake sage of the town. Gotta do something side quest wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's go smash Kraid. You know, for some of these things, I just kind of don't realize how much I took Instamorph from AM2R for granted. Like, all I had to do was just press a button and it's like I gotta flick the stick downwards twice. I gotta go the other way for that. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Hey, see, I don't have the patience to do infinite bomb jumping. And I will say this though, getting that energy tank is a hell of a lot easier on hard mode. At least casually, a hell of a lot easier on hard.
Or enemies to deboost with?
No, what hard mode does is they give you like level 2 enemies right out of the gate, and the blue metal screes can be frozen and then shot. Whereas like regular red screes can be one shot by the ice cream.
Got it.
Probably the one sole hard mode perk I can think of that's actually in this game. At least the one thing that's a hell of a lot easier when you're going for either casual or 100% hard mode. I really would like to do a sub 2 hour 100% hard mode run for this game, but one, I haven't really choreographed the game enough, and two, my route selection is pretty god-awful. Yeah, it's like, if your planned route requires a bunch of things to go right, then it's probably not a good route at all.
Ah, yes, competitive speedrun routing.
I could just imagine Link just trying to slash enemies while hanging onto a railing like that. Or just holding onto a poleaxe or a bow staff on the other hand and just trying to poke enemies. Or just do a hanging boomerang toss. I got various suit. This acid does nothing. Now that I think about it, I forgot that Fusion had ladders. I can already imagine how much of a nightmare ladders would be.
How so?
Actually, maybe if you were doing a 3D version, ignore that. That's just drama from Half-Life coming up. But then again, that's just Source doing Source things.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like the later Mega Man X games with and Zero games with the Z-Saber.
Yeah, that could work. Or Link throwing his boomerang.
The boomerang solves a lot of questions.
And this one... It's like, you can have this, you just can't use it.
Yeah, and of course it makes no secret about what that actually is. It's just a shame that Nintendo's company structure makes it pretty much impossible to get a remake of Zelda 2 right now.
Oh,
Like you,
stupid claw got in the way. Sorry, I was trying to one-cycle him, or at least get him dead before...
Yeah, I didn't even see the fight start because of the cutscene and the stream lag. Now I'm seeing it.
Yeah, because usually if I'm good enough, then I'll kill him before the platform up top gets destroyed, but I did it on hard, but I couldn't do it tonight.
Aww.
Well, there goes our mutant armadillo. Good night. And the reason I wouldn't shut up about Pegasus Boots and Rock's Cape, or, well, you brought up Pegasus Boots, the reason I wouldn't shut up about Rock's Cape.
It really is one of the best upgrades.
Ah, crap, I crouched too soon. Never mind. Fine, I'll do it this way. That one. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the solar system. I really don't care what's unlocked behind that collapsed statue. On Vanilla Path, it would tell you where high jump boots are.
Yes, such useful information. This room drove me nuts until I figured it out. The little speed booster in the tunnel back there.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Stupid Ripper. Yeah, you have to hold a little bit leftward so you can still maintain the charge. And because you can't just hold down straight away when you hit the ramp, because otherwise you're gonna stop. And early super missiles. Yay. Yeah, that's the one thing I did.
Cool.
The one thing I did like about having super missiles and speed boost were like, yeah, you can add a few modern things and still keep at least some of the base gameplay loop intact.
Yeah, that's why I'm such a proponent of using the Smash Brothers engine for it, because like we're basing it heavily on the Smash engine, because it captures the feel of Zelda 2 and manages to weave in the later Zelda games as well. So it gets everything. It adds new stuff. You throw in Pegasus boots, and you've got like a ready-made power set to start dismantling to place around the world as upgrades.
Not to mention, you already have Link's toolbox already set up, and then all you have to do is just go from there.
Yep, exactly. Like, all the hard work is already done.
I feel like I'm just massively overcorrecting or just... Oh well. Oh, right, and now that I think about it... Grappling. Gate a hookshot or no?
I'm not sure. My gut is to say no. You go too far down that road, you do get to Metroidvania.
Where it's gonna be all about hoping, or like all about finding the items for you to advance to the next point.
No, where you're using the hookshot like a whip because you can. At least I could picture using the hookshot like a whip, because that's kind of how it worked in Smash.
Jump. Okay, that was overkill. Using a super missile when a plain one would have done the job.
This is just the worst backdrop drawing in the game.
The part where it looks like a pizza place's brick oven.
I'm actually thinking of the fact that it's got a perspective that doesn't match the stage, because usually then you've got the brick oven, you've got the pipes from Mario Brothers. Like, it's just, it doesn't look like the same art style. It doesn't make sense in context. It doesn't look good.
Oh, I got that. Lesson learned for me when I played this for the first time. Get screw attack first before trying to get this missile pack, because otherwise it's just a big. Why did I get screw attack too early?
You can turn it off in the menu, can't you?
No, not without the patch.
This one doesn't let you turn off upgrades?
It doesn't. Ow. Alright. Ow. Okay. The one asymmetrical save room in the entire game. Okay. And don't worry, he'll live. I get the feeling it's a lot faster to just find a way to go through the east side and go kill Ridley, and then come back for all the items when all is said and done. And vanilla super missiles acquired. Yeah, Matt, we're not done yet. Ah, crap! Or is known as that one room from Super Metroid with the ghost blocks. Yeah, I'm just going through a big chunk of the game here just to illustrate a point. Although I'm pretty sure the point's already been illustrated about for the last 40 minutes for this side. Now remember, there's one more side of the debate, or at least one more side of this I haven't, covered yet, so we'll get there. Just give me another 20 minutes. Of course, I probably would have just made my whole life easier if I, just skip a lot of the optional ammunition upgrades, but...
Where would the fun in that be?
Down here. And no, I am... Because I have not really rehearsed those two missile tanks that in the east side of Ridley, the one where if you don't have space jump, pray your wall jumping game is on point, and the one where you have to shoot a missile block and then time the approach, I'm like, no. Nailed that. I can get the last possible super missile tank and yep. All that'll be left are those two annoying missile tanks on the east side. Usually my mainland return route involves going down to Dorian, then back to Criteria, Prince Star, then going down through Kraid, and then taking the Kraid access to Norfair to Ridley, and then wherever the hell else I can think of Ridley to get back to pirate ship. Ah, but I cannot shoot a missile to save my life tonight. Reload real quick. Hi, Screeching Dragon. 50 missiles or 10 super missiles are all you need. Easy peasy. So ends
And
the
to think, and to think Samus is supposed to be afraid of him.
So ends the reign of terror known as non-screeching Ridley. Well, at least we didn't need any Dragon Slayer specific weapons for that. Why use Dragon Slayers when simple exploding missiles do trick?
It beats having to find 5 crowns.
Are you mentioning what I think you're mentioning? Yeah, you are.
Yup. That's another game that desperately needs a remake.
OG Dragon Slayer?
Legacy of the Wizard, Dragon Slayer 4.
Yeah, because I think the only other because other than Felghana, the only other Dragon Slayer installment I've really played for real was just Xanadu Next. Unfortunately, Tokyo Xanadu doesn't count because you don't get to slay a dragon. Believe me, we went through the game front to back a few years ago. Area dragon to kill in sight.
And that castle would have been perfect for slaying dragons with, too.
The one where you get Mitsuki for the first time?
You're talking about the one you streamed a couple years back, yeah? Xanadu Next?
Okay, Xanadu Next. Yeah. Sorry, I was mentioning Tokyo Xanadu for... Like, whenever I think castle, I think about that place, with Bravely Storm, that one killer track playing. That was more like a mansion, wasn't it?
Maybe I got their titles backwards. The one with the typical, like, Persona-style schoolroom setup.
That was Tokyo Xanadu.
Yeah. Okay.
Xanadu Next is the one that people kind of compare to Dark Souls. It's the one where you're the solo blonde knight and find the 5 crowns.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking of how you have to get the crowns in order to teleport around to the Dragon Slayer sword. That's one thing I think remakes have to struggle to try to keep, actually. Like, the older games, you filled in a lot more with your imagination than the game could actually tell you, whereas now you've got basically the game showing you almost everything.
There. Ow. Just as an FYI, on hard mode, there's actually twice or three times the number of Metroids in these rooms. It's as nightmarish as it sounds.
That just sounds boring.
As a hard mode mod. I feel sorry for those dead pirates when I blow this place sky high. Okay, I'm not gonna get any super missiles from these green Cheerios, aren't I? Fine. Power bombs, huh? Could have engaged light speed the instant you cleared orbit. No light speed? No. Back to the planet we go. like this pistol's gonna fit a super missile launch. One survival arc later, and getting all the stuff back, and going back to the mainland, and getting almost the rest of the items. Or like 40 in-game minutes later that I don't really feel like burning because I really have other games to be demonstrating.
I approve of the time passes method of storytelling.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go for the 100% ending here because I'm like, one, I already unlocked the gallery photo for it. Two, like, let's just kill this extra final boss quickly, hopefully. Yeah, there we are. Just send it to the scrap heap and be done with this. In hard mode, he's basically 3 hits, you lose. Well, hard mode Hondo.
There was a Shine Spark solution for that, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was, but I'm like, I got missiles. I'm like, I'm not spending so much time to try to set that up.
Yeah.
My escape pod. So, any ideas you got from Zero Mission about how to implement it in Zelda 2? I think we've already talked about adding all the later in the franchise items to it. As far as like cleaning up the platforming or the like, already mentioned the Smash engine is probably one of the more crisp ways to go about it. Huh.
I think we had already kicked around most of the stuff that we would want to pull from Zero Mission, like technical execution concept-wise.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm just wondering about what to do about the stance and combat system, though. Just keep the base swordplay, or just do a few extra tricks to add on to it. Because I don't think there's really any other items I can think of in later installments that would make the cut.
I think if you were going to pick anything more specific than what we've kind of already kicked around, you would need to pick it like after the fact, where you're looking at how to take the 6 palaces and then restructure and kind of recontextualize them with whatever a remake would do. Like if something becomes an underwater palace, then items and everything else has to change to match. But I kind of think everybody has gotten burned out on underwater temples in Zelda games.
Yeah. Yeah, because pretty much the water temple, well, we already had an apology for Ocarina's water temple. Yeah, it's just that, I don't know, I wouldn't mind like the flooded dungeon concept. I mean, there are places where water dungeons can work beautifully. I mean, Falcon pretty much said, well, they learned from Limewater Cave, is what I can say. Hang on. And just because I really said I was going to do this, and because I kind of want to uphold that, we're going to do just a little bit of AM2R. Don't worry, just a little bit. Give me a moment to set up. I've been standing up for 3.5 hours. So much for thinking on my feet. I haven't really done a bunch of practical thought exercise.
We burned through a lot of ideas in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, just for posterity's sake, I just want to do a little bit of AM2R. Maybe just like the first area and leave it at that. And then let's bounce over to East. I don't have a capture capable 3DS for Samus Returns, and unfortunately, while Dread does work on the same mechanics, it does not really fit, and I don't think it really fits into the spirit of what I wanted to talk about in terms of combat mechanics. Unless you want to do like 360-degree aiming while aiming the bow or the hook shot, but I don't know. That's probably a bit overkill in the context of things.
Yeah, and games where that's the mechanic, that is the entire mechanic. Owlboy comes to mind.
360-degree aiming.
Yeah,
I know Hyper Light Drifter does that, but that's more top down. But it's more like a what's that kind of game where it's more like a run and gun shooter, but you just use the mouse to aim in any direction. There's supposed to be a genre name for it.
twin stick shooter.
Yeah.
In terms of similar genre stuff to Zelda 2 stuff that could be played for ideas, Momodora 4 would probably be a good one also.
Let's see if I can get this up and running. I had AM2R updated. I'm still just waiting for the art update. I know I've said for a fact that I'd rather not stream it again until the art update comes out because there's only so many times I can play it before I'm going, yeah, I'm pretty much done. But you know what? Just for posterity's sake.
It does show off what dedicated fans can do when the company basically doesn't.
And there's a big reason why I wouldn't shut up about Nintendo being like 20th Century Fox when it comes to handling their science fiction assets. I mean, I'm probably the only one who's seen the Fox 25th anniversary special, but they have straight up admitted that in their 25th anniversary special, science fiction was not their cup of tea, and they went through every single science fiction show they either canceled too soon or left on the shelf. No, left on way too long. Here it is.
One thing Nintendo needs to get over, and needs to get over it really fast, is Miyamoto has this strange fascination with not remaking anything or not making anything that doesn't quote-unquote innovate, which he'll sit on Zelda remakes, he'll sit on Mario remakes, he'll sit on new 2D Marios, he'll sit on F-Zero sequels, but he'll crank out Mario Kart sequels with no innovation whatsoever, while saying games have to have innovation. It just...
Who in the company were you mentioning again?
Miyamoto, the head plumber creator.
All right. What file can I afford to ditch? Oh, or what can I New Game Plus? Yeah, I've been trying to do fusion difficulty, but I'm like, oh, yeah, that's where I have to learn to bomb jump to get space before I kill Wing Terizo. Oh, crap. I forgot to set this on widescreen mode. This is technically a 4:3 sandwich in the 16:10 frame. X. That's better. Slightly. Back when the Security Council was just one table and not the entire Senate a la Star Wars. That basically was the entire thing from Samus Returns opening. One of the opening slides was basically some guy who looked like a Roman senator just talking to the entire Senate at once. I'm like, I'm pretty sure the Security Council isn't the entire Senate. Yeah, let's just do the first area and then we'll move on to E.
That sounds like a plan.
Oh yeah, I had this on super controls. I really need to put this back on advanced control. Probably. That's the force of habit I have when I'm going from the advanced installments into playing AM2R. It's just like, I don't know, I've just been stuck with playing with super style controls with this. And if you're wondering if I did try this with a GameCube controller, I tried. It just was not a natural fit. I had way too many things spaced out. Yeah, I haven't really calibrated this controller yet, because I don't really like having it on a linear response for AM2R with a stick. I prefer having it on a relaxed response curve. Because linear gets a bit too twitchy.
One thing I will say, AM2R has the dark nut problem with the Metroids.
Where the hitboxes are kind of jank in general.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Zetas. Zetas were
yes, Zetas. Ugh.
Yeah, it's... Whenever I fight Zeta Metroids, I just think of that stupid-ass movie Life Force. Yeah, it's like I killed the vampire, but not by slashing him in the heart, but by hitting him in the energy center 2 inches below the heart. And not with steel, but with leaded iron. Yeah, Life Force is stupid, don't watch it. That being said, if you're wondering what my most hated science fiction movie is, it's Future World. That had no reason to be existing. I could have just taken the high ground to go back. Yeah, forgive me if I'm just being completely de-rusty with this.
One thing that makes this hard to use as a point of comparison for the remake debate is that the guy who made it never got to do his balance pass. Once he got right to the end of development where you'd normally do a polish pass and tighten up all the AIs and the hitboxes and the monster health and stuff, he got his cease and desist right then. So it's basically a hair short of actually being a good point of reference. It's still amazing even considering that, but the Metroid AI and the hitboxes, especially on the Zetas, really detract from it.
Yeah, if the Zeta fights weren't complete shit, or rather, they stopped, it's like they stopped blocking every single frickin' missile because I waste so much ammunition on that.
The gammas did also really bug me, because not in their hard way, but just they were more frustrating than they should have been for what they were.
As in they were just, first gen evolutions, and second gen, I really need a wall jumping with a stick again. Then again, I'm just breaking in this controller for the first time. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of hitbox jank that I'm going, It kind of feels like more of a dancing game and rather, just being able to hit them in general. I want to them. Wait, what do they do in this patch? What happened to the local counter? You gotta be joking.
Is that a bug?
Yeah, because I'm wondering, it's like, yeah, previous iterations in the community patches did have a local counter, but I'm going, something break, or do I need to update this again? Because I have no idea what the exclamation point is. I'm going, guys, this isn't Metal Gear. Fine, I'll just put the K-point counter on. Why are there so many null-looking settings here? I don't get it. One thing I'll give credit for is having the charge beam draw upgrades like Prime. Not upgrades,
Drops.
yeah. Yeah. It almost feels like the grace period is between damage for Metroids just seems also inconsistent as well. You kind of noticed that, right? Or is that just hitbox jank?
You mean with the iframes, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I hadn't really thought about it a whole lot, but yeah.
And save stations do automatic restoration from this point on. Because the original game had like I need to stop saying like unnecessarily. It had restoration points for healing and ammo. Dedicated pylons for them.
They were just ungodly slow.
Yes.
Morph ball and roll into them and just sit there until you get full, and then move on to the next one, and then sit there until you get full, and then roll out. Speedrunning hell.
I'm wondering if, you know, like how the screen is supposed to shake, you know, there's supposed to be tectonic earthquake shifts? Oh, I'm on New Game Plus, that's why. Stuff, yeah, there's a reason I stick with two-button aiming. You know, I'm wondering if you can get around that using aim lock. Yeah.
That boss was a great example of adding a new boss that wasn't there tactfully. Like, it makes sense for there to be something there, and it's a great little fight. It's not a puzzle fight, like, say, most Zelda fights tend to be at this point.
I'll just come back when I have base jump. Or wait a minute, what's the side? I'm not gonna bother. supposed to bomb jump and latch on with the spider ball so it doesn't crumble on me, but I'm like, eh. It's always one of those things I just come back for on the post game.
Can't you grab the side with the power grip, or?
If it's a delayed crumble block, I could, but I think that's an instantaneous one.
I know I usually get that when I reached it early on, but I don't remember the trick. I think you get started on it by using the power grip to grab the first one, and then from there you have to use bombs and sticky grabs, but
I do like the music in this venue. This one's pretty nice.
oh yes, this whole dungeon right here is a fantastic reimagining.
I know I said I wanted to do the first part, but this place is actually just that good.
Yeah, this is the real demonstration for how good a remake can change an area without changing it. Like, this room is in the original, just like this, without the water levels and the fans and stuff.
I kind of forgot that on hard mode, I would rather go all the way upstairs and get the high jump boots before... I don't know. Yeah, get the high jump boots before doing this fight, because just struggling with the water level is the stupid part. But yeah, it's like, this is like one of the better ways to just remake a venue. You know, you keep the heart of the level design intact, but it's like you add enough of a twist where you're going, yeah, this place actually looks good. And I missed the bomb drop point.
If not for the fact that there's a water level later on, you could also use this to highlight you can do good water levels without all the jank of water levels.
Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo water levels haven't really been like apex of good design, in my opinion. In my opinion, I'd say Falcom has them beat in that category. At least they learned their lesson after Lime Water Cave.
Nintendo water levels really apexed with Mario 3. Where all the mechanics actually played along with what they were doing. I love the Game Boy Equip transformation. That's just great.
Yeah, maybe next time I'll probably do like one shoulder aiming. Especially since aim lock is a thing.
Yeah, I prefer the single shoulder aim button.
Because I remember there was a hack for Super that actually try to make it more like the advanced controls.
Yeah, there's a... I'm trying to remember the name of it. There's a control hack for Super that adds in all the control changes.
Yeah, it was Control Freak.
That's it.
Yeah, and also, if you're wondering why I use X to arm my missiles, it's a thing that was born out of necessity when I was playing Super Metroid, when my select button just, you know, kind of felt like it was down in the dumps.
I actually prefer the advanced style missile toggle where you hold down the shoulder button to get missiles.
Although I'm just wondering if I want to, if I'm going to be adopting advanced controls for this, do I want select to be the missile toggle key, you know, switching between regulars and supers, or do I want it on a face button? I kind of forgot in this game, getting any expansion also maxes out your capacity, so you don't have to grind so much for ammo anymore. It's like, oh, you just burned all your missiles on these Metroids? Oh, here you are. Oh, I forgot the behind the... Yeah, one thing I kind of felt like that should have been fixed, balance-wise, should have been the droids.
Yeah, this area is completely off for HP.
Because I'm going, these droids take a stupid amount of punishment to kill relative to where they are early in the game.
That actually reminds me of a question. That's a good question to ask for a remake of Zelda 2. When you're looking at your map design, do you lock people in on which they encounter first? Like, do you force people to tackle the palaces in order, or do you leave them such that anyone can just pick their own, make their own route? Like, I'm a fan of the non-linear figure out your own path, but a lot of the Zelda games have kind of standardized on this is the default path. You can break it if you know what you're doing, but this is the path.
Yeah, because I think the one part, because I know Link Between Worlds ended up giving you plenty of broad authority about what to do. That, and they just simplified the item system, where it's more like you're not ammo locked anymore. Rather, it's all just fed off a magic gauge, and you can just restore your MP pretty easily. Breath of the Wild also gave you pretty broad authority, but then again, that was just your standard massive open world concepts at work. I was promised spring ball. Where's my spring ball? Oh. Sorry, I'm just so used to a Zero mission going, nah, this all the bosses. Where I just keep forgetting charge beam's a thing. Oh, come on! Let's just clear the nest and then don't worry, I'll be done for real. Alright. Doesn't really serve any purpose right now. That's the one thing I also did like about this iteration. It's just that all the nests don't have this sort of same gloomy feel about it. Rather, just adopting the dark reprise from their parent venues, themes. Sorry, just dealing with Metroid Jink is just a massive struggle where I just fail to think of anything in a coherent fashion.
It's okay. It requires a lot of focus.
And at least the various suit cuts down on the vine sapping.
I mean, you can use the spider ball there to dodge it, but
Oh, just
it's
duck
just
under.
slow.
stuck under the platform.
Yeah.
Damn it, I get easier times trying to dogfight an enemy MiG than getting him to jump up in altitude. Then again, I play the easier side of flight simulators a bit too much. One thing I kind of felt like should have been a thing is that if your missiles were like below a certain percentage, they should have had bugs popping out of the pipes.
I hadn't actually thought about that before.
But
The pipes there that don't have anything in them. One thing that would have been really nice is if there were ways to force, like, the different Metroids to do different behaviors other than just jump and duck. Like, the alphas here, if you could get them to expose their belly somewhat by, like, doing something with, say, a charged shot.
I wish I could shoot these guys in their faces, but no, you have to keep hitting the cores. Well, enough of that. We go save, and then let's move to a different side. Any worthwhile intel we got on this one? Other than make sure water areas aren't jank in general. Enemy make enemy behaviors a little bit hard, but make sure their hitboxes aren't jank.
Yeah, this one's lesson is just polish, polish, polish.
Alright.
And it has it in spades, like, it's not to look down on it or anything, 'cause it's got a lot of polish, but it just, the bosses, it never got to the bosses or some of the enemies just because of that final that final C and D.
Alright, time to turn on their overrides.
And while you switch to the next game, I'm gonna grab caffeine. BRB.
Yep. Probably. I'm not gonna recharge the lemonade. I got plenty of water. If anyone else is double for. No. Got too many frick. Plug him into a hub. The thing is, though, emus don't generally like it when you have to rig input and an X input controller at the same time. Two of the same skin at once, or all three or four of them. Alright, let's see. Background. Cool. And turn this emu's volume down. No. Sent and be ready to go.
Think back to your worst nightmare. The feeling of dark isolation and helplessness. The feeling that an evil force controlled your destiny. Perhaps we can compare these emotions with the terror that enclosed the people of Kenai. Their peace had been shattered by the domination of an evil demon named Demonicus. His long arms of decimation swept over the lands and burned all life in an inferno of slaughter and destruction. Yet even the worst nightmares offer some hope for survival. Kanai's fortunes lay in this stunning warrior of indomitable strength. His bravery was renowned throughout the land, as he had once saved an entire world from similar destruction. But now his challenge was greater than ever before. The insurmountable ferocity of Demonicus was frightening even to our courageous hero. But a real man never shows his fear. And Adol was, in fact, a most gallant soul. He battled Demonicus with equal intensity in this horrific struggle to the death. The skies had darkened, and the earth shook as Demonicus applied his brutal force and displayed his savage rage. There were to be no prisoners in this holy war of good over evil. Demonicus unleashed his awesome size and strength against our hero, but Adol's cunning wit allowed him to avoid and eclipse all of the alien's fatal blows. There was more than just a miracle behind this savior of tormented lands. Who could fight such courageous battles and manage to pull victory from such impossible odds? Who was this strange raider of evil foes? His legend and the legend of this land are about to be retold. The adventure is in the spirit of the warrior, and the warrior is you. Go now, Adol, and seek out these dark forces that oppress and terrorize the innocent lives of Kenai.
So now we're shifting gears to Wanderers from East, otherwise pretty much known as the Zelda II of the East franchise. Out of the pre-arc installments of East, the only one that hasn't been remade yet is the 5th installment, Kefin, and, well, for sure, that's been on the back burner for a long time. Or rather, it's more like, they're like, yeah, we're gonna have to address this sooner or later. Mostly because Lacrimosa Donna does take place after Kefin, and spoiler alert for Nox, Nox takes quite a few cues, or rather, a lot of cues from Kefin, so hoping they tie that loose end up once they're done with Nordics, the 10th installment, but it's between Ancient East Vanished and Memories of Salsetta. I don't know, I'm just having this sort of urge to, just try to get out of the habit of calling it Calcutta. It's like, it's pronounced Celceta, not Calcutta. Get the damn name of the game right.
I mean, it probably helps if you've seen the spelling in Japanese before you see the English.
Hey, Adolf! Smell that fresh sea breeze?
This game has had its own
The
fair
ship
share
is
of
in top
remakes, too.
shape. We're ready to shove off.
Yeah, many ports during its Halcyon days, and then didn't get one from Chemco or Tebco. I forgot the ones who did Dawn or no Mask and Heffen on the PS2. Tato? I'm forgetting which company did it.
Yeah, there's a remake of 3 and 4 on PS2 I know about, and I know we've talked about the one for 5, but I've never seen it. But their remake of this on the PS2 was very true to the original. Like, it was straight up platforming, kept a lot of the controls.
Back when Adol actually talked instead of having someone fill in the words for him.
Ys is one of the few series that can claim to have regressed gracefully.
Well, what do you think? Do you like my town?
Oh, excuse me.
Hey, why don't you look where you're going?
Say, aren't you Dogi?
Elena? I barely recognized you.
Dogi, you haven't changed a bit.
Very funny, Elena. Tell me, how's your brother, Chester?
I haven't seen him in the last few months. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
After so many years, we finally meet again, and now you've got to run? Adolf, I'm going ahead to the inn. See you later.
And let me get some items later. Sword. Armor. Oh, wooden shield. Alright. Everything an adventurer needs to start off for whacking monsters.
Monsters! They came out of nowhere! Mayor Grady is still trapped in the mine! Someone must rescue him! Who are you?
His legs look long and lanky compared to everyone else, doesn't he?
We went to look for Grady, but we haven't heard from him since he entered the mine.
It's kind of a trick of how his arms are obscuring his body. But yeah, he looks tall.
Such a good theme to get you hyped up. The problem is, though, it's only used in rest areas, or the very first room, which is a rest area. Yeah, the last time I really streamed the Wanderers from East, I think you just pretty much described it as Zelda 2 minus the jank. I just called it Zelda 2, but it's more fluid.
Adol just has a whole lot better attack range.
Yeah, not to mention he can also... okay, maybe it's not a downward thrust, but at least he can attack upwards as well. Out of the box.
Yeah, like he's actually designed to be able to hit his enemies. That was the problem. And there you got a down thrust too.
And at least he can attack on the run, whereas Link really can't do that.
Yeah, you really need to be able to do that. Like, Dark Nuts would be a lot more fun if you could.
Otherwise, the thing is, though, it's like, you would have to do something like backstepping, because the problem with fighting off Dark Nuts, and especially with how much Zelda 2 kind of forces you to kind of poke the enemy for a few times before you close the distance or get forced into a knife fight. I would prefer having like some sort of backstep, or just make the range not god awful. Because when you go to Death Mountain, there are some bear-like enemies or some other wolf-like enemies that are just a pain in the ass to deal with. They're the ones that just swing their axes around, and you're going, there's no freaking safe attack range with these guys. And this is before you get fire magic. Okay, I got myself hit too unnecessarily. I'm gonna run back to safety.
Like, if you look at it from a sprite size, like, Link is 8 pixels taller than Adol, but even being 8 pixels taller than Adol, he has a shorter range than Adol in this game.
Because you just see how wide his attack arc is. What's my next XP? 500. Alright.
But another game in the same vein, genre, that probably should be played to consider this is Momodora 4.
Okay.
Because it manages to play a lot more like a modern 3D action game, despite being a 2D side-scrolling platformer, basically. But it's a open world Metroid style game, and it draws more from its cave story inspiration than it does from other stuff. But the combat is all melee, basically melee swordplay, and you have dodge rolls and other stuff mixed in with all the classic swordplay moves.
Yeah, because I remember like Dust and Elysian Tale focused a lot on parrying.
Yeah, this didn't have parrying per se, but you would do things like roll behind stuff and then slash backwards at them, kind of like what you do in Smash Melee.
The simple shield, tap shield to slip behind the back attack. Odd attack maneuver.
Yep, that one. Although this game doesn't have the shield, so it's just got the evasive move.
I know I got the herb, but yeah, I'm just putting myself in a little bit too much danger early on against these cave trolls.
That's another thing I will give to this game over Zelda 2. A lot of the enemy placement is designed to be hit. Like, most of the enemies in Zelda 2 are placed such that you really can't hit them, but the enemies here are designed where if they're not in your attack stroke, they're going to be there soon, or you can get them there easily. Peace healing is one of the most amazing things in all of video games.
Just run back to the safe zone and then you just recover your wounds then and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in Oath and Felghana, that was the entire outdoors area. I forgot what were all the safe zones in 1 and 2. Well, out in the field and outdoors and in towns, yeah. Forgetting where else in 2. Thought when you make it to the goddess's shrine in Solomon Temple, I thought that counted as a safe zone too.
I believe it does, because I'm pretty sure that's the last place I was able to do it in 2. Oh, I ground that last battle so hard.
Yeah, the Darm fight is a little bit no joke, and it's like, don't play it on fast motion. Alright, I forgot I got the ring for this.
As many times as I've played the East games, the first time I actually beat it was on Samsung Flip Phone, of all things. The Samsung flip phone versions of Dark Fact and Darm are just jokes. But it can't handle the frame rate to push anything really, really crazy, so it just kind of does a vague approximation, and it's like it's going in slow motion. But you can still move full speed.
I'll be okay. Who was that guy? Mayor Grady is still in there somewhere. I tried to find him, but the mine is too big. Take this key to the storehouse, where you will find a hidden sword. Hurry!
Chester is an
You can
ass.
help the mayor.
Yeah, he just kicks some regular laborer out of the way. Or halfway, kicks him like a third of the way across the screen. Another thing I really liked was, you know, you could just recharge ring power just by whacking enemies. So that way, if you needed to use the rings for any reason whatsoever, slow
It'd be
down
nice
time.
hitting enemies.
Huh?
I think we were about to say the same thing. I was just saying it would be nice if you could hit enemies to refill magic in Zelda 2.
Yeah, get something with either like mana drain or life drain weapons on it, but you're kind of it's like at that point it's like you're kind of venturing a little bit too deep into other things, in which case I think they would just throw their hands up and say, okay, yeah, you want to make potions, just farm these monster parts. Fine.
Crafting could be interesting.
Yeah, because I know they did that in Skyward Sword for tempering weapons and shield and restoring shields and the like.
Well, and then they added cooking in Breath of the Wild, which I don't really feel like that's a very Zelda thing. That just doesn't mesh with my concept of classic Zelda adventure. But a lot of people really liked it, so it's kind of a hard thing to say no to.
Well, the thing is, though, the value wasn't stat boosting. So it's like, it wasn't just, you know, cooking for the sake of restoring hearts. There were just like some other passive perks you could incorporate into it. Yeah, rings were a staple in East 1. They weren't in 2 because magic just basically did everything in 2. You couldn't kill anything without proper use of fire magic and the idols. Let me see. Can I find like another sheet of armor? No. New shield? No. Ah! That sucks. I wonder, since I pretty much have saved data a little bit more left and right throughout this game, if I should just be skipping a little bit left and right after the first or second boss. Top down is Oath and Felghana. It's the remake for this one. Maybe the next best fun thing would, I don't know, just commission art for like Link versus Adol trying to sword fight or duel in an open field. Maybe just maybe one of the attack poses from Revenge of the Sith.
Oh no. No. If you're going to go Link versus Adol, you've got to go all the way on the joke. Draw them as chibi figures with Adol just like smashing headfirst into Link's feet.
And this wizard just die already. Thank you. You just run up to them and just stab them, and then easiest way to do it is just to hold up and then just keep upward stabbing them. Need about 1600. 100 for Herb again. And I need 1500 for the next up. These guys just give out good XP, but diddly for gold.
Did you equip the longsword just then?
I did not. Now I did. Okay, that's my 1600 gold. Okay. At least everything is indiscriminate in hitting Adol. Unlike going, oh shit, I can't block that weapon in Zelda 2. Herb. Yeah, sorry. Now, okay, I'm equipped to not die so easily. The next shield upgrade doesn't come until the next venue. Yeah, the original Ace installments were really weird about shield upgrades. Especially like how in the first installment you just get like most of the silver equipment on the outset, or at least close to it. Ah yes, big background waterfalls. AKA a thing I wish Metroid had. I think the last time I really saw like a big waterfall, at least on the SNES, was probably just Pitfall the Mine Adventure? Done. Just by using the Ring of Power.
From now on, you'd better mind your own business. You don't understand the power you're dealing with. It will destroy everybody, not just us, but you too, Pink Man. Are you still here? I thought I told you to leave. How many times do I have to repeat myself? You are brave to oppose me, boy. This time, I'll let you go. But if you ever get in my way again, I will have no choice but to kill you.
He doesn't even walk down the stairs, he just jumps off the ledge.
I'm sorry that you're in danger because of me. Let's leave this pit, my boy. Ah! My leg. Could you help me walk? Harvey, what will we do if the mine has been destroyed?
Oh, Mayor Grady. I don't know. Your name is Ado. Thank you for saving the mayor. Go now. The villagers must be told that he is safe.
I had to check just because it was nagging at me, so I went and grabbed the battle sheet and put it next to the Link sheet from Link's Adventure.
I'm afraid to tell this to someone I've just met. But if you trust him... This is about my brother, Chester. It has been half a year since he left Serena. It looks like he's working for King Maguire. I've heard bad rumors about Chester. They say he's been around Volcano Ruins. I found my brother
Both of their
near
slashes...
the entrance,
Wait,
so I
I'm
know
missing a
he's
cutscene,
been
aren't I?
there.
This might not have anything to do with Elena's story, but a priest named Pierre went to Volcano Ruins yesterday and hasn't returned. Adel, I'd like you to go to the ruins and look for Pierre. I'm concerned about the safety of the village. If you see Chester, tell him that his sister Elena is very worried.
Oh, I've forgotten to introduce myself. I'm Elena Studart. It's nice to meet you, Adolf, but I'm sorry to burden you with my problems.
Yeah, I was just more or less saying, there's the priest that's stuck in the ruins near the volcano, and that's where Chester last was.
Right.
It's all just voiced here. There's not really, like, room for, like, full motion cutscenes. In fact, they've only really saved those for, like, the beginning and ending.
It's typical old school Falcom.
Yeah, with a volcano with a eruption looking like a candle back there, along with... I don't know if those are supposed to be dragons circling the volcano, or if they're supposed to be just giant birds.
Those are definitely either dragons or wyverns.
Birds! At least we can attack them without needing to have an upward stab requirement.
Alas, poor Belmont.
Alright, cool. Field upgrade.
Brother Pierre, you must tell me what you want here.
I seem to have lost my way.
No need to lie, good brother. You're looking for the statue, aren't you? What the? I think I heard someone up there. You! You were the swordsman I saw in the Tigray mine. Didn't I warn you not to show your face around here?
You! Come with us!
Molten lava is flowing down there. No man has ever returned alive. How do you know my name? So you have talked with Elena. Well, it's my life. What I do has nothing to do with you or Elena. Now, goodbye forever.
What an ass.
It's Chester.
Just typical Chester things.
Yep.
Well, at least free herbs. Well, one thing you were right about. The enemies aren't really made to come to you.
Yeah, like contrast anything on the ground that rolls towards you versus the slimes.
Yeah, if I'm getting mad XP from this, I know I'm a little bit underleveled. Usually the rule of thumb in East 1 and 2 and here in Wanderers is about 30-ish XP tends to be like toughish customers. If you know your average games are about like, I don't know, like 4, then it's probably time to stop. And done. No knockback. Yeah, I don't really feel like continuing because I know the next boss after this is a massive pain in the ass.
Let's see, that'd be the Harpy, yeah?
Then I also hate the boss in Oath as well. You know, the dragon that flips all the spike panels.
Ugh. Yeah, that thing is obnoxious.
Yeah, I'm thinking like here, I'm probably just gonna stop and, let's go hop around to like other places in the game. Because I really do not want to face off against that friggin' dragon right now. I mean, the dragon is a little bit less obnoxious because he doesn't do a bunch of stage flipping gimmicks, but he has a nasty tendency to just keep flying out of your attack range. I don't like doing lower Caves of Evil. Oh, wait, no. Haunted Road. That's the part I don't like. The lower mines, the music just gets repetitive and obnoxious. Now that's the one thing I think the Adventure of Link needs is probably a snowy area, because there is no snow at all. So I'm probably thinking it's like that's probably just forcing a venue just for the sake of forcing a venue.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, we didn't see any ice or snow areas until Link to the Past, so...
Yeah, Link's Awakening doesn't count because that was mostly a tropical island. There wasn't really a snowy place in Ocarina unless you count what Ganondorf did to all of Zora's domain, freezing it all over.
And now I'm just imagining Link and Adol traveling to the North Pole together.
Is this your companion, Adol? It is fate that we meet now. Come in, my children. We must ponder the future.
Easily the worst aspect of Ys 5's ending.
Those from Valestein Castle are seeking the ancient statues. I know one of the statues is hidden here in the caverns of Mount Seco. Legend says it is protected by a powerful force. It is said that the beast which dwells atop these mountains holds powerful magic, a talisman to help enter the caverns. Adol, my child, you are unprepared. Carry this sword with you into battle.
Yeah, it's like, if you're not prepared, take the sword anyway. Sweet, I get a free sword. Yeah, there's the Harpy fight a little bit ahead, but I kinda don't want to do that. Well, everyone's been Okay, so a little bit further on, when you get all 4 statues, Count Maguire's goons end up kidnapping most of the villagers. Although on first glance, like, almost everyone is still here. Like, Grandma Ada is still here, and the shopkeepers are still here. And the mayor is too, so, yeah. I'm guessing just everyone in the background buildings got taken. Oh, and the front guardsman is still here too.
Of course he is. Of course he is. That's one thing the remake did do better.
Best dungeon music in the entire game, come at me.
I prefer the clock tower.
Fair enough.
It's really hard to go wrong with almost all the tracks in this game, though.
Yeah, I would say this version, the TurboGrafx version, is easily the best out of the bunch. Ow! Okay, I gotta run back because I hurt myself on that big-ass death trap up the stairs. Let's just do like one boss from Valestein Castle, and then we'll switch gears to like the arc-based East installments. But yeah, I just felt there was a lot of things this game just did right. In terms of fluidity and feel.
Definitely. I mean, this is Falcom, the company that managed to make bumping into enemies with a sprite feel natural.
And you know,
it would be
it's
weirder
like,
if they didn't.
When we were talking about all the water and lava death traps, it's like, you know, proper death traps that actually, you know, take a big freaking chunk out of your health.
But they don't, like, outright kill you.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Thank you. Okay, now this death trap gets a little bit cruel. We just gotta Achilles heel this boss. And done. Now I gotta go back, heal, and then come back for all of this. Yeah, it's like, just to ask anyone, it's like, are you mad at Zelda 2? Go play this game instead. It's like, 100% guaranteed less jank. And 100% guaranteed you're not gonna get mad trying to fight Dark Nuts all day. And no knockback death traps. And I do have to say, this is a fine game overall. May have its problems, but good enough. Of course, insta-healing might be the deal breaker, though. that and passive healing being a thing here. That's another good one. Rather than having to crawl back to town all the time. Ow. All right. Well, I maxed out on XP, so everything else is just ring power or money for the amulet. To not get hurt on the way to the courtyard, and well, we'll switch gears. Oh no! Anyways... Up here. And... well, that's it. So, inside the chapel we go.
Adol, look out! I was so worried about you. I know you told me to wait, but I had to come for you. This man was going to attack you.
So you are Adol. I have heard of the troubles you gave Chester. I see. But who needs King McGuire? Step back!
Adol, let's follow him. Maybe you're right. It's too easy.
Yeah, because the guy is probably an easel. no, not a weasel, an evil wizard. Oh, if this is the boss I think it is. Yeah, we're not going to the clock tower. Alright. Because I know that boss is a pain in. We really need to be switching gears one more time for the next 40 minutes, because, man, I've spent a whole lot of time just going through these games and not really adding anything of my own substance. Huh. Alright. Switch gears to Oath and Felghana, and then we'll be back in a hot bit. Like that. What version of Oath do I want to run? The Steam or GOG versions of Oath fully integrated the voice acting. I mean, I do have an image of the PSP version. I'm just pondering which version I want to run for Oath. I still have all my save data for PC version ready to go, unless things just went haywire on the save process.
Might as well run the Steam version or GOG, whichever you prefer.
Fair enough. I need to get this all set up. I just need to get one of these clients because, you know, having both clients on is just yaggy. A hot bet. No. DOSBox, what are you doing? Stop! Apparently DOSBox doesn't like it when I boot up other things or do things in the background for quite a while. Fine, I'll do the MIDI stuff at the end. Crap. Check for update. Updates on GOG. Steam. I'm just gonna do a couple of do some setup or pre-flight checks. And we'll get cracking. Have to reset the controls for this one of my controllers over here, and then we'll be ready to go in a hot bit. That is, of course, if the save data cloud sync wants to play nice for more than 5 minutes, or at least in less than 5 minutes, which I'm highly doubting. I haven't really touched my save files in like time immemorial, so yeah, I'm trying to get the configuration running for the next game coming up. It's just that it's just stuck on cloud sync lock. Need a cool. All right, ready to start this. About a few hot minutes, and then should be ready to go. Yeah, this was all just mostly hard mode stuff, because I tend to do the PC version on hard. I'm gonna suspend that for a hot bit, and then we'll do this on normal. Jack, is conflicting with sources. Oh, this is thinking it's Trails, that's why. No, because Arc, Origin, Oath, and both installments of Trails in the Sky, first and second chapter, they all run on the same engine.
Ah.
Yeah, Inferno is really meant for like New Game Plus. The one thing that the PSP version did was do a proper New Game Plus inheritance, where depending on the difficulty you did it on, you know, the higher the difficulty, the more bonus points you get, and therefore it's like, yeah, you might as well just go from hard to Inferno. If you're trying to do an Inferno New Game Plus run, you're better off starting from hard. Because that'll dictate, you know, do you get to carry over your levels or equipment upgrades, and, you know, your base level as well. Like, good luck going to Inferno without hitting the level 60 cap. That sort of thing. But yeah, there are a few mechanical differences in the handheld version and this version, and I know the upcoming Switch version for Oath should be taking more cues from the PSP version.
Well, that all. Here we are. This is Felghana. I was hoping we'd get here a little earlier in the day, but I wasn't expecting the waters to be so rough. Still, this place does bring back memories. Hard to believe it's really been 8 years since I left.
Yeah, there were also another few other goodies on the PSP version, which is why I prefer to start off with that first. Things that weren't necessarily on the PC releases.
There's Margot, I always called her Mams, and old Gardner. Not to mention Chester and Elena. I wonder how they're doing after all this time. Oh man, what the hell happened here? This monument's dedicated to the god of safe journeys. It's a relic of the old religion, from when people believed that spirits existed even in stuff that wasn't alive. I just don't get why anyone would deface it like this, though. I guess maybe the rumors really are true. What was that? It came from over there. Hey, wait up, Adol! Damn it, left behind again. Oh, no way. You gotta be kidding me. What the hell are monsters doing in Felghana?
Monsters? Here? What are they doing this close to town? Chester? Excuse me. Thank you very much for saving me. You're a traveler, aren't you? Are you hurt at all?
Hey! Are you alright, Adol? Right when you ran off, I got attacked by monsters too. I'd like to know what the hell those things are doing in Felghana. Whoops! Excuse me. I guess they must have been after you. Are you okay, miss? You don't look like you're hurt, at least. Huh? What's wrong? Something on my face? Am I, like, covered in monster gore? We should probably get moving and head to town before we're attacked again. I can't say I recognize your face, but you've got to live in Redmont, I figure—
Dogi? I knew it! I must be dreaming! Dogi, you're actually back! What have you been doing all this time?
Hey, hold on a second now. You obviously know me, but do I know you?
How can you even say that? You, me, and my brother used to play together all the time when we were kids. Don't you dare tell me you've forgotten.
Oh, no way! When I last saw you, you were just a skinny little tomboy!
Well, that was 8 years ago. I'm 17 now.
Man, you sure are.
I'm sorry, where are my manners? It's nice to meet you. And, again, Thank you very much for your help. My name is Elena. Elena Stoddart.
Just keep in mind there's going to be a lot of exposition and warm-up until we get to the action proper. Sorry about that in advance.
Elena, where have you been? You had me worried sick, staying out so late.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gardner. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I just...
It's okay, Elena. As long as you're all right, we'll pretend this never happened. So, who are your two friends? I don't believe I recognize either one of them.
Look a little closer. You'll get it in a second.
Huh?
Hey there, Gardner! Still standing at the gate like always, I see.
Wait! Dogie! Is that really you?
Yeah, I guess I've been a little out of touch. Sorry.
My favorite little troublemaker has come home! Where have you been all this time? And what have you been up to?
Well, you know, wandering, killing monsters, saving the world. The usual. Anyway, I brought a pal of mine along. Go on, Adol, introduce yourself.
Adol introduced himself to Gardner.
An adventurer, eh? Well, that's certainly a rarity. But from the looks of that sword on your belt, I can tell you're no amateur.
No, he's quite remarkable. I was attacked by monsters just now, and he came right to my rescue.
Is that a fact? Well then, you have my thanks, good sir. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help, That's the problem with gate duty. You miss all the real trouble out in the field.
Does raise a point worth discussing, though. Why are there monsters here in the first place? We'd heard rumors that Felghana's fallen on hard times, but I had no idea it had gotten so bad.
Yeah, things certainly aren't looking up these days. It's been pretty bad for around a year now. We're rarely visited by anyone anymore as a result. No travelers, no merchants.
Man, that sucks.
Well, it's getting late. You can tell me all about where you've been and what you've done come morning. For now, you should head on in and get some sleep. I bet you're exhausted after what you've been through.
So once we get all the exposition out of the way, first boss, at least up to the first one.
This place sure hasn't changed much either.
I'm not gonna even go for the statue. And then we might just hop around to one of the hard mode files. For what's going on at later points in the game.
I used to live and work at this inn when I was a kid. I owe Mams a lot for looking after me back then. Hey, Elena, go get Chester, would you? I haven't seen him in so long, and we can't have a reunion party if everyone's not here.
I'm sorry. He's not in town right now.
What? Oh, no way. Oh well, what can you do? He's probably pretty busy.
I'm afraid I'll be taking my leave for the night as well. My long absence likely had a few people worried, so I really should let them know I'm okay.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll be fine here for the night. We're probably gonna hang out a little before we go to bed. By the way, are you and Chester still living with the mayor?
Oh no, he and I have a house on the edge of town now. It's just...
Something wrong?
Oh, it's nothing, really. I guess I'll be off then. It was nice to meet you, Adol, and good to see you again, Dogi. I know you two must be tired from your journey. Please, take it easy and get some rest, okay?
She's acting kind of strange. Probably just been a rough day for her. Man, though, she sure has filled out nicely. And she's got that whole childhood friend thing going for her, too. Who am I kidding, though? She's gonna fall for you, not for me. That's always how it goes. Let's just get inside.
Dogi? I can't believe it! It's really you! My little nightmare's come home! And look at those muscles! You've grown so big! Last time I saw you, you were just a pudgy little brat.
Yeah, it's me. I'm back. You're looking well.
You know, I haven't heard a peep out of you since you left. Would it be so much to ask for some kind of contact? A letter at least if you couldn't visit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mams.
Well, I always figured you'd do well for yourself. It certainly is nice to see you back safely, though. And you're a friend of Dogi's, then?
Adol gave his name and explained that he had been traveling with Dogi for quite some time.
I see. Well, thank you for looking after our little wayward wanderer. Unfortunately, you've arrived at a pretty bad time. Lots of unpleasant business going on lately. But still, happy events like these are rare, so I intend to enjoy this while I can.
Don't worry, this is just the worst part. It gets better, or at least not as god-awful after this.
Ma'ams.
You two boys must be hungry. Let me fix you up a nice big meal. And you'd better clean your plates if you know what's good for you.
So then, how is the investigation coming along?
You have nothing to worry about, my lord. We've already confirmed their locations. The Tigray Quarry, the Oberon's Ruins, and the Sacred Mountains of Eldurm. All that now remains is to organize the men and begin our search in earnest.
Excellent, excellent. Once I possess what I seek, my might and majesty will be known far and wide. Indeed, perhaps my homeland could lay claim to all of Europa. Either way, this certainly should be an enjoyable undertaking. Wouldn't you agree?
In your hands, my lord. I'm certain that dream will become a reality.
Indeed it will. Indeed it will. I leave the search in your hands. Make certain it continues without interruption. I expect good news forthwith.
You do me great honor. I pledge you my success, Lord Maguire. I shall see to it that your faith in me is not misplaced.
So, Adol, while I'm here, I think I'm gonna swing by the Eldurm Mountains for a bit to visit my old master. He's the one who taught me everything I know about fighting, back when I was a kid. If anyone would know the reason for all the monsters showing up around here, he'd be the one. I won't be gone long, though. You should relax and tour the town. It's a really nice place. If you have any questions, you can ask Elena. She said her house was on the outskirts of town, so I'm sure it won't be too tough to find. I'm off for now. See you later, buddy.
Oh yeah, and if the game capture's messed up on post-production, like what happened one time when I was streaming at Trails in the Sky second chapter, in the context of this, I kinda really don't care as much. I mean, I would, and I'd be really mad, but that's not really the...
Oh, hello. I don't believe we've met. Which
Yeah,
means
we're
you
more
must be
talking
Adol,
about what
that
the
friend of Dogi's I've been hearing so much about.
what the ideas are here more than the actual recording itself.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Nell, and I'm a devotee of the church. Is it true that you saved Elena
The
from a
switch
pack
to
of
the
wild
top-down engine really changes the game, but at the same time it doesn't change it all that much, so it's
Words
kind of
cannot
interesting in
express
that
how
regard.
thankful we are for that. I've pledged myself to this church for many a year.
There are
and
some
I've known
bosses that
his
get to be a
children
lot
since
more
they were very
complicated
little.
thanks to this, but
Yeah, it's yeah. These boss fights in Oath are, or at least ones that I've seen in the Arc engine, are more endurance fests, or rather, it's like you're gonna be whittling each other down, and then it's just the hope is you're the last person standing, even if it takes you like down to 1 health.
They've always
sometimes
regarded me as
there
a
are
big
some
sister
fights
to
where you
them.
can get through
Sister with a
without
small
getting hit,
S, that
but
is.
it's a very twitchy, reflex-driven fight from what I remember.
Yeah, whereas like in Arc, a lot of them ended up being just like regular endurance fests, but from what I heard, Catastrophe Mode tried to undo that and make them proper endurance fests rather than just cheese healing items to win.
Yeah, I wish I could remember Arc better, because that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I might give Catastrophe Mode a whirl, but you know how many negative things I have to say about Limewater Cave, but I'm going, do I really just want to illustrate how bad Limewater Cave is here? Although, that's just sidetracking and not really advancing the mission that we're trying to talk about.
Yeah, the battle with the wolves showed off a few nice things about this engine style versus, say, the 2D platformer that the original was.
Yeah, and then probably like when we're talking about water venues, I guess I could show off Flooded Prison from Origin. I'm going to say, yeah, this should be your standard for a water dungeon. We'll do that after like a little sampler of both. I've pretty much used my time very inefficiently so far. I mean, we got a bunch of ideas bounced off, but I'm like, damn, I didn't realize we'd be going like almost 6 to 7 hours talking about this.
And I've always regarded them in kind, which is why traumatic events like last night's unpleasantness affect me
We probably
so.
could have cut that down by using pre-recorded game footage too, but
Yeah, sometimes I feel like going live kind of illustrates the point, but yeah, this whole thing could have probably been solved, probably could have been addressed in like a single hour for a video essay, but I'm like, making sure everything's synced together. I'm like, I had a bunch of other things tying me up on the side.
yeah, I think it might make sense to take like the
you
points
must
we
be Adam.
raised during this whole session and then turn that into a like a 30-minute video or something if you really
nice to
wanted
meet you.
to bring
I'm
the
Father
point home
Jean-Pierre, pastor
and
of this
condense it
church.
to where it was easier to digest.
Elena's had quite a lot to say about you.
We need
I
to get
understand
Smash
you're the one who
Melee
saved her.
footage
She was
of
ambushed by a
Adventure
pack
Mode,
of
though.
monsters.
Yeah, I'm thinking all five of these games so far, and then along with the Adventure Mode Smash footage. I don't know, this was very off the cuff. I didn't really come up with an entire script for this. I was just like, let's just get to like the main focal points of what could be addressed, like mechanics, combat, you know, how do we balance magic and items. I think we pretty much hit on most of those points.
At least once.
Yeah.
For that, I must truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm certain that Elena had her reasons for being out so late. She denied any, of course, claiming it was just a flight of fancy. But I feel there's
The
more
thing
to it
that
than that.
I would say that like this style of engine doesn't do very well that Zelda 2 did exceptionally well is unfortunately the positional, I don't want to say stance because stance feels wrong for what it is, but like the positional high and low guards of the Darknet fights. Just those, that doesn't really exist here.
If I pressure her to tell me things she wishes to hide, though, I can see no good coming
Kinda
of it.
sorta get the elemental rings because you can swap, but just it doesn't quite work the same in practice.
But I digress. Please forgive me. This is our very first meeting, and here I am babbling away. May God's blessings be with you in your travels. If anything ever troubles you, always remember, the church's doors are open. Come by any time, day or night.
Or you might just have to drop the high-low perspective and do things that would just break guard stances. I'm thinking that might be the next best way to go about it.
Maybe. Yeah. At the very least, you'd need to have good ways to work with and exploit facing.
Yeah, and it also kind of makes me think because because I know East 1 and 2 Chronicles, and I think all of the Arc Engine games have like 360-degree movement arcs. I'm just wondering if you have to tone that down to like an 8-directional format. But I don't know, that's probably a little bit that's probably just going to be too much of a game of angles at that point.
Oh, good morning, Adol. Is
Okay, I'm just checking if the
Dogi
mic
not
still
with
works.
you today?
Adol explained that Dogi had gone to visit his old master
Yeah, I
in
don't
the
know about
Elder
game of
Mountains.
angles, but for the most part, I think even the newer indie games are trying to limit to cardinal directions for that style of adventure game.
Or God
You get your
forbid, we're gonna
hyperlight
have to go
drifters and
back
so
to,
on.
Something like the bump system from 1 and 2 on the TurboGrafx.
Oh yeah. Bump, 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 bump.
Oh, that's... well, it's not very nice of him, to be honest. He hasn't even shown you around yet. But that's Dogi for you. 8 years ago, he
That battle
suddenly
system should
decided
not
he
be as
simply
nostalgic
had to
as
go
it
on a
is.
journey of self-discovery. To become a man, he said. I wasn't fond of the idea myself, but Chester sternly opposed it. The two of them got into quite a scuffle. They did make up right as Dogi was about to leave, though. To be honest, I have something I need to tell Dogi. Remember yesterday, when I said Chester was out of town? Well, that's true, but he actually hasn't been back in over 6 months. He left a note for me on the day he vanished. It just said, I won't be back for a while. I haven't heard anything from him at all since then. Not a word. I'm not sure how to tell Dogi, after he came all this way. Sorry. I don't mean to dump all my apprehensions on you. When he gets back, I guess I'll just have to give it to him straight. I'm sure Dogi will take the news well after all he's seen and done with you. As well as he can, anyway.
What? How many were there?
I'm not sure, but there were definitely a lot. More than I've ever seen before.
"2009 voice acting for you."
What do you want with me, stranger? Please just leave me be. You're too young to have gone deaf. Please, just get out of here. Leave me be.
Who are you?
Adol introduced himself and asked what was happening.
Monsters started gushing out of one of the deep mine shafts in the Tigray quarry. That's east of here. We only just barely made it out of there alive. But Mayor Edgar is still inside. So Dewey, that's the head miner, asked me to go into town and get some help. Anybody who's willing and able.
Dogi could do this job easily, but he left town a short while ago. Probably too far away to track him down now. I can't go myself either, since I'm the only one trained in defensive combat around here. I've got to guard the town. Adol, I hate to ask, but we could really use your strength. Would you put your adventurer's skills to use for us and check out the quarry in my place?
Yes, please. It would mean a great deal to me as well. The mayor, Dewey, and even Paul are in grave danger right now. Thank you so much for this. I can't even imagine how to repay you.
We're in your debt, Adol. Here, I've got a map of Felghana. You might need it. You should also make sure you're well prepared, as it sounds like you'll be fighting some monsters in there. Take this, and use it to get your equipment refined. Go talk to Adonis, the town's smithy. Tell him I sent you, or he probably won't give you the time of day. He's a stubborn one, but he knows how to pound metal like nobody's business. Your equipment's in good hands with him. I do hate asking you to put your life at risk for us, but we need you right now. Show us what you're made of, adventurer.
Welcome. Well, well, what have we here? Are you a traveler by any chance? That sword looks like it's seen a lot of action. You should have it fixed up. This store deals in weapons and armor, along with a handful of our own specially selected curios. So, hey, question. Any idea what's going on outside? I've been hearing one hell of a ruckus from in here.
Adol explained the situation in the quarry to Cynthia.
Oh my. That's some serious business. You should make sure you're well prepared if you're planning to go to the quarry yourself. The boss is a bit eccentric, but you'll be hard-pressed to find a better smithy anywhere else in the world. If you have any Ravel ore, he can use it to augment the strength of your weapons and armor.
What do you want? I'm Adonis. I own this shop. And if my appearance hasn't given it away yet, I'm happy to confirm that yes, I'm a smithy. Huh. From the looks of that sword, you know what you're doing at least. But I make it a rule to refine weapons and armor for people I like, and only people I like.
Adol relayed Gardner's message.
You serious? Guess that means you'll take good care of my work, if nothing else. Well, if Gardner says you're good news, then you're good news. Gotta do what the old guy asks. I can augment your sword, armor, and shield here. Just hand them over, and I'll make them better. Well, if you got enough Ravel ore for the job, anyway. Monsters often get it stuck in their fur or claws and will drop it when killed. Or sometimes it's just lying around.
Or in a whole bunch of treasure chests.
I'll have to charge you a service fee too, though, or else Cynthia's gonna put up a fuss like you wouldn't believe. And the price varies per piece, as we've got this whole quality chart system in place. Don't ask me, it was her idea. So, what have you got for me? You're part of my clientele now, Adol Kristen, so feel free to come on by anytime you need work done. What do you got for me? This the one? Good to go. Come again.
First boss, and then we'll do a few extra powwows, and we're gonna go call it a night.
The ore system from this game did not feel quite as natural as the crystal stuff from Ark did.
Yeah, and in Origin, there was no money, so the only thing you could do was just use ore for upgrades.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but I really don't think sticking to
I
like
thought you were a
full
monster.
RPG system with equipment and everything would be a good fit for a Zelda 2 remake.
So you're thinking Link should probably just stick with a straight sword and shield?
I'll stick with sword and shield plus accessory. Have the different options for the accessory. I mean, he's got a really. At this point, it's like almost a 40-year tradition of being a sword swinger. So.
Because I'm thinking it was like after Hyrule Warriors and especially Breath of the Wild, they started to try to buck that trend to make him more of a multi-tool user.
But if you're not a monster, then who are you?
Adult gave
Yeah,
his name
and
and
I don't
explained
know
that
that
he
it
had
added
come
a
at
whole lot to
Ricardo's
the game.
behest.
Like, perhaps it did, perhaps not. I still don't have a Switch, so I've yet to play Breath of the Wild. I need to fix that at some point, I just haven't.
Oh, so you're the guy Ricardo got, huh? I don't know where he found you, but you sure do look the part. Okay, thank you. You're a lifesaver, you know that? The mayor's still down in the tunnel, as far as I can say. Well, the boss has been searching around the entrance, mainly, but the last time the boss checked in was a while ago. I sure hope the monsters haven't eaten those too. Still gives me chills just thinking about it. Anyway, I really appreciate you coming. Please find Mayor Edgar and old Dewey and bring them out. Alive if you can.
Yeah,
Something.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, go on.
Yeah, there's no rings in here, so it's mostly just passive perks and tonics that help temporarily stat boost. These are just holdovers from Arc. And also in Origin. So, yeah, red tonics, you get additional strength. Blue tonics increase your depth in the meantime. Yellow tonics increase your MP recharge speed, but I don't have any magic, so that doesn't really apply to me right now. And as for healing, there's not really so much passive healing, rather, you just find herbs on the floor.
Yeah, I thought I remembered herbs from Arc and this game.
Yeah, there are regular herbs, and then there's the ones that look like flowers, and then there's the one that look like real hardy flowers. Variable health restoration.
Yeah, looking at the stream, you're displaying something that I think Zelda 2 Remake is going to have, and that's just attack combos or attack chains.
Yeah, and one thing about this is the hit combos are what drives the grind. So, you know, the longer hit streak you sustain, the more XP you're going to get upon defeating an enemy.
Which, if you decided to keep XP, would be an interesting mechanic to have. Like, it would really encourage... increased risk during during XP grind sessions, which could be good. It would definitely break up some of the tedium.
I guess there are moments when I was playing NEStroid on hard mode where it's more or less, you know, you just have to find those nice clusters of targets, and then you just have to keep going back and forth inside the room just to grind them out.
Who might you be? And what in the world are you doing here? Can't say as I've ever seen you around before. You from Valestein Castle? Adol introduced himself and explained that he had come at Ricardo's behest.
I see. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm Dewey, the head miner in this quarry. I came here to look for Mayor Edgar, but this is as far as I got. He's in serious danger here, though. I can't just leave him. Unfortunately, the monsters down there are in a class all their own. Sword attacks just bounce right off them. Unless we can find some way of dealing with them, I don't see how we can possibly get the mayor out safely. Maybe check the storehouse. We found some pretty interesting artifacts a while back. Stored them all in there, locked up tight, but I've got the key right here. Since you're not a miner, though, I'm guessing you have no idea where the storehouse is located. It's on the other side of the open-air strip mining chamber, that big vertical shaft you pass through. There's a room with 2 doors at the bottom. It's the one on the left. Help yourself to anything you find in there. I hate to be so useless, but I guess the rest is up to you.
The other thing is also for the extra attack gauge. I guess I didn't count the damage gauge as a thing here. You know, the lower health you have, the faster the gauge charges up. So it kind of rewards Berserker play in a sense. Yeah, I guess I can just run back to town. Get some upgrades with this ore, and then... I can't cross that. Not yet. That was the most ill-timed downward thrust ever. You know, there's one thing I kind of neglected to stress out of the combat mechanics in later installments. Wind-up charge attacks.
What do you got for me? This the one? Good to go. This the one? Good to go. This the one? Good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Come again.
I mean, I'd be comfortable with that being the technique that the Hylian Knight teaches you rather than the down thrust and up thrust.
It's like just had the downward thrust already learned.
Yeah, basically you have the first Hylian Knight you run into will try to teach you the application of the moves, and the second one would teach you the charge spin / later on in the game.
You think there should be a separate gauge for that, like how Breath of the Wild employs the stamina gauge, or you want that drawn off the EMP pool like it was an Ocarina.
Honestly, I don't know that it has to be consumed off anything, because you're converting time into an attack, so it's not like you've already got the greatest resource being sunk into it. And presumably, at least, it wouldn't be like the universal win-all button. In the Smash, Link in Smash doesn't really use the whirlwind attack all that often. Since we're kicking around the Smash engine as the core, I mean, I don't know if you'd keep Smash attacks even, but it seems like that would be a,
Stop.
It seems like that would be an interesting direction to take it, kind of lean into that more technical combat. That could be another thing, instead of learning down thrust and up thrust, or being instructed in how to use them, you could be taught how to use smash attacks from the first night.
Yeah. And then probably do upgrades of those based upon if you, do town's quests or satisfy them enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you remove the level up system and replace it with various upgrades in traditional Zelda style, you've got a whole bunch of swords you'd have to go through to get up to level 8 attack.
Yeah, because I remember in Minish Cap, there was this one dojo that at least, as you kept progressing through the game, you would just come back and he would teach you, like, okay, here's how you do, like, some of these tricks. This is how you do a Pegasus dash with your sword sticking out. How you do the Rock's Cape downward thrust. This is how you do, like, a 4-sword unison attack, that sort of thing.
I would have you show me your abilities, red-haired swordsman. Dance!
Yeah, and that also lends itself towards the
slice.
Towards the Metroid side of the house, because Metroid has always been really big on these are techniques you can just carry with you on subsequent plays, where you don't have to actually get the upgrades, you can just do them.
Spin! Fly! Spin!
Wall jump, etc.
Fly! Spin! Fly! Burn!
I kind of threw myself into the fire, literally, with that.
Dance! Dance! Burn! Spin! Dance! Fly! Burn! Interesting.
That's how I wanted to end it, with a downward thrust.
Is that the best you have to offer? Still, you have an unmistakable spark in your eyes. We cannot afford interference at this crucial juncture. I must report this at once.
When all else fails, use fire. Or else use wind and lightning when you get them. Let's see, what's another good place I can start from? Guess we can show off all three of the magic so far. One thing that was introduced in the handheld versions of the game was that you had a double boost gauge right after you got the double jump technique. And that allowed you to restore your health as long as you had a charge on the second level of the gauge. There was also the other way you could heal during boss fights. Yeah, the shield tackle we were talking about. I wonder if there are any other foes I can really test this out on.
That black polygon in the background of the skybox just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they fixed that in the handheld version, but remember, and this also popped up in Trails in the Sky SC, the local training grounds. For the PC version, it looks like a lot of the backgrounds were really made for like 4 to 3. I'm not sure if 16 to 9 to 16 to 10 was a big thing there just yet. At least between like 2005 and 08.
Yeah, I remember all the laptops I got at that point were still 4.3, but the thing that was standing out to me about it is it wasn't like the skybox ended prematurely. There was a polygon in front of the skybox. It's like the skybox, you look at the base of it, you can see where the black box is clipping into it. But yeah, it's just getting caught up in weird random little background details.
I think I showed off enough what I needed to say about combat. Have I?
I think so. I mean, I was just about to say, I do like how many attacks in this game hit multiple times.
This was just basically hard mode, so I just wanted to do like first boss up to the first boss on normal, and then I'm like, okay, I think I've proven my point. Especially like for enemies that look like hard and tough foes. I kind of wanted to show off the shield dashing mechanic, or at least being able to tank the hit while you have it on. Alright. I'm guessing we can probably get our little post-game powwows all set up. And meanwhile, I might as well just show off the flooded prison from East Origin, because I'm going, yeah, it's like, if you're going to be doing something where you may want to have a water dungeon make a water dungeon a necessity, it's like, take notes from this real good example.
In that same vein, but just completely wildly different, one dungeon that could be used to build a really interesting water dungeon would actually be as an example that isn't a water dungeon at all. It's the Eagle's Tower in Link's Awakening. if you were to give that dungeon the same approach that Swamp Palace had in, or not Swamp Palace, I'm trying to remember the dungeon name. Swamp Palace. The other one's Misery Mire. But Swamp Palace with the different switches and stuff you had to use to raise and lower the water levels. Drop that to a minimum. Keep the like ankle deep water all over the place, kind of like what the dungeon you're talking about in East Origin does. But then have it set up to where you're dropping something into a pool of water.
Like dropping platforms that you can easily hop over?
Sort of. Like, the whole thing with Eagle's Tower was you were dropping an entire floor of the dungeon down. So you get it to where you're knocking out supports, you drop it into the shallow water, and that would then raise up and flood part of the dungeon, so that once you've solved all the puzzles, you then just have from a clear shot into the last couple of rooms leading into the boss. So you're at that point now it's a swimming dungeon, but it's a very short swim.
Full screen mode. Sorry, I gotta check the settings. Yeah, it went into full screen mode. I guess what I get for not checking the settings before launch. One other things, or one other dungeons could be taken. I don't really want to do anything with the night or candlelight gimmicks. That I've seen that in Hyper Light Drifter. I'm going, no, don't do that again, please.
Yeah. Another mechanic question that could be a really good question to ask is, since we were kicking around the idea of having like background and foreground doors, is having multiple depth layers, like in how when you were coming through the quarry in Oath there, you come down the stairs, and the stairs are basically 2 layers. So you're going foreground, background as you spiral down. The other analogy I could come up with to parallel that would be the way dungeons worked in Valkyrie Profile.
It looks like game capture's cooperating with no. Makes a few other things are just put on WinCap. Let's see, where do I wanna pick on the list? Good place in flooded prison. Yeah, I think for me, this is like the ideal kind of water dungeon. Just mostly relaxed environment for the most part, and also the swimming mechanics aren't complete BS. Oh right, I don't have to play that right now. Someplace like this. So I would probably say for the breath stage, I'd say forget it. Just stick to either getting the flippers or the mermaid.
Yeah, I mean... breath never really adds to the dungeon to water levels. This sort of thing is what I was talking about with ankle-deep water. You have a few underwater areas, and then just otherwise the water is mostly there for aesthetics.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're getting at. As in, probably just stick to like, the bouncing aesthetic, but don't do any actual water traversing.
Or if you do, it's very minimal, where you're like crossing the puddle. I don't remember anyone complaining about the water in Swamp Palace, generally speaking.
Yeah, I think there really wasn't that much water in Swamp Palace. Because as far as I remember, Swamp Palace was just mostly just breaking blocks. There wasn't actual water you can strip around.
Right. And you had a few things where you were raising and lowering water levels, but generally speaking, you were only lowering water levels. I'm struck by how much this underwater phase of this dungeon is basically just a platformer. Like, it might as well not even be 3D.
oxygen fruit. Now, where's that last course I need to blow up? Yeah, I'm thinking probably in the end I may have overhyped this place a bit too much.
Yeah, the one palace that's on an island can be turned into a dungeon like this, I think.
Yeah, I think I kind of got the point across.
Indeed.
Alright. Yeah. There are probably like a lot of other places you can get some more aesthetic inspiration from for the Six Palaces. Unless, you know, you want to try to rearrange them to more like particular dungeons. But as far as like the narrative goes, I want to say like they were all like abandoned palaces, and then Impa just repurposed them just for kicks and giggles, or to say, yeah, the time we need a hero with a Triforce of Courage, these are all ready to go. I would probably say as long as like each of the venues have their own sort of character about them, rather than what kind of looked like I would probably just call it the McShrine method that Breath of the Wild pulled.
From what I understand, Breath of the Wild shrines should have just not been in the game.
I wouldn't mind just doing quest. I wouldn't mind just doing quests like, you know, go whack these monsters or pull these challenges if you want pieces of heart or stamina expansions. All right.
Yeah.
Do you think a heart container should be the reward for beating each palace rather than just a free level? Yeah, that's one thing that is still a little bit unaddressed. Is just how to handle the leveling or scaling system.
Well, I would think, and this is, I kind of touched on this earlier, but I didn't really emphasize it. Like, I would think that if you're going to do a remake and you're going to incorporate items and such from later Zelda games, you kind of need to go all the way and make it work like the rest of the series. Switch to pieces of heart and heart containers. Go to the magic magic system that Link to the Past had have the gauge grow as you have the gauge both grow and then have you get the half and the quarter magic upgrades.
For weapon upgrades, like for reforging, would you probably do something like the find rare ores to power up the sword?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like I would have the I'd have multiple swords and I would have them upgradable to a point.
Kind of like the three swords from Ark.
Yeah, basically. Well, I would actually say more like the swords from Oath rather than from Ark. And then your last sword that you would get would be basically the magic sword from the first game.
Yeah, because I remember. Yeah, because you're probably thinking just no. Yeah, because I'm wondering if you still want to just keep the same sword and keep leveling it up as you go. Because I'm not sure it's like if you want to do like have a wooden sword and then just toss it out, get a steel, and then so on and so forth. I remember in Ark, you started with one metal sword, then that broke apart, and then you got the three rune enchanted swords.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking more Oath than Ark, because the you had all the normal swords in Oath, and then they got upgraded, and just they had limits to how far up they could go.
And then the magic, you ended up getting through their corresponding jewels.
One thing I would say needs to be kept though is the fairy spell, just for the absurdity.
It's gonna be like the rue spell, isn't it? Maybe you could probably talk to animals and the like, but I'm not sure if they would go that far.
That would be kind of an interesting direction to go with it, but I would think the a better way to go with it would be to actually incorporate a lot of just little spaces that reward you for using it, like more than just fly through the keyhole when you're out of keys. Like actual like rooms in the ceiling that have pieces of heart in them, or the half magic upgrade, just little things like that. I would
There.
probably also go full ham on adding in like little lore snippets and things, so you're gathering collectibles and you're incentivized to like pour through every single nook and cranny of the game so that you can go dig up more lore and story.
There. Like, the entire history may not be entirely what Impa told Link about, like, here's how all the princesses in this kingdom were named Zelda. Like, the entire thing about the past king of Hyrule who had the whole Triforce and his idiot son of a prince who wanted the Triforce for himself. That sort of thing.
Hmm. Also, different tales about other Zelda games, like the weird timeline could come into it a little bit, to where it would better reflect like the flow of history from this game's perspective.
Or how all of Death Mountain was just seemingly abandoned, and the only people left in the Death Mountain area of Hyrule were just the sages and the shopkeepers.
In that same vein, you could also really get creative with the citizens of Hyrule. Like you could have those towns be like Korea towns and such.
Or rather than just the plain Highlands, you might find some Gorons, you might find some Gerudo, you might find some Zora somewhere out there, maybe.
Yeah, that would be a good idea too. I mean, I'm not. I'm not sure what would be the best choices out of any of those, because I kind of don't like the idea of backporting later game races to the earlier games. But in general, like there's a lot of different things you could do to flesh out the world, and the exploration of the world is the big selling point for the old Zeldas. So something to make you just think and ask questions, like the childhood imagination fuel, if you will.
And Hyrule is a vast land. Sure, if you can probably scale it appropriately. Because otherwise, if they're going to be insistent on sticking with the overworld model, I would probably just rip pages out of the Tales of series for that. Problem is, though, there's only going to be so many pre-rendered or pre-generated maps per fight you can think up on the fly. Unless you want to procedural those, but that's kind of a pain in the ass and a half.
I mean, if you're going to keep the overworld as is, I would actually take it and make it into a like that would be a place where you could actually take the Arc engine and make use of it, because you could have like the traditional top down, and then when you go inside a dungeon, you've got the platformer. I don't fully like that idea because I don't like the mixed system that it has, but the I think the overworld kind of needs to go.
Just make it just make it like one continuous place. Maybe like what's the one game I was thinking that didn't have? I know Final Fantasy X did not have an overworld, but instead they just had like places that just spanned for like miles and the like entire road segments as well, and that entire Great Plains area. Forget.
The games with the maps that the map system that is popping into my head is stuff like Castlevania 2 and Clash at Demon Head Mountain.
Yeah.
Where depending on which exit you take from the platforming area, it takes you to a different area, and you've got an overworld map that will tell you vaguely where you are.
Would you? And then there's going to be questions about if you want to implement a fast travel system. Kind of like what the later Mega Man installments did, or at least the Metroidvania side of them did. And Castlevania had all the entire warp gates from Symphony on.
You know what? We'll just slap the fairy spell on that and call it good.
Or it's like once you get the flute, or once you get a flute, just call an owl to just pick you up and drop you off somewhere.
Yeah, that would be another way to go about it. Like, use the fairy spell to ride on it like a passenger.
Yeah, might as well just make the flute worthy for something. Any other things to think about?
No, I think if we go any further, we need to actually start building a document and building this.
Yeah.
I already have too many crazy engines I'm working on.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, it was nice to have you over. It's been been a long while since we've had a big long chat like this.
It has. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed this. It was quite different.
Yeah, I think for me it was just just an excuse to play a rather big hodgepodge of games and get something off my chest.
Definitely. The one thing we needed to do is find some way to line up the Smash Melee Zelda 2 reference thing.
Yeah, like start with Link's moveset and then add the entire and then just add the adventure mode map. I'm going. Nobody really does adventure mode. I'm like, oh come on.
Yeah, like I found adventure mode recordings, but they've got the normal common stage, and I'm having such a hard time finding footage of it. I'm actually wondering if I dreamed it or something. 'Cause it's like this footage of this should exist on YouTube. Like it should be one of those cameos you just look up and see people comment on. But I can't find it.
So it's like you couldn't find anyone doing like hard or intense difficulty commentated runs or not on it. Or just straight up runs of it.
Right. Well, when you run adventure mode, and this is from memory again, it's been a long time. I had to stop playing Smash when I messed my wrist up years ago. But my memory is that on adventure mode, like one in every like 8 runs, when you get to the Zelda stage, instead of being the underground temple stage that you have to run through and you've got like the 6 different chambers with Link in it, my recollection is that you'd have like a Zelda 2 temple in there instead, where you're just going to the left and right and you've got one elevator and you're just running to the end like a race to the end stage.
I've only really done adventure mode on normal, so if there was something that out of the ordinary, I probably didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Because most of what I remember for the Zelda map on adventure mode was just like, just go find a Triforce. If it's not there, just go kill Dark Link. And you actually had a whole variety of hazards to cover through. So it's like depending on your character, the hazards may not be through your optimal path.
Yeah. I mean, I used Marth usually, so Marth could pretty much tackle anything, but the only character I can think of that had full free reign for that was either Link or Kirby.
I mean, it's no surprise that Kirby would be the second biggest mascot in Smash. Well, then again, it was like the guy who founded Smash also made Kirby, so what do you know?
Surely it's a coincidence.
Not when Kirby's the sole survivor to start a adventure mode in Smash Ultimate.
He's certainly one of the few characters in that retirement home that's actually still getting games.
Yeah. Did you ever see that robot chicken sketch that was making fun of Reggie and Nintendo at E3?
No.
Okay, I'll send you that one a little bit later on, assuming they still have it up.
Okay.
But yeah, this was a pretty good sounding board. Some off-the-wall insane ideas. Others I'm going, yeah, maybe that might not work because there's no basis in reality for it. Others that were going, with a bit of finagling, it might work. The problem is, though, it's like, how are you going to fit it or fine-tune it?
Yeah, and like one of the problems I'm having with another game I'm trying to work up a please fix this write up for. half the time you come up with an interesting mechanic, you really need to play test it to see if it's actually fun or not. Because 90% of the stuff that looks really good on paper is crap in motion.
Yeah, and it's like in this case, it's like we're thinking about what to do idea-wise from remaking a game from the ground up from a design perspective. There might be things from other games that look like they make sense, but I'm like, do they make sense in a remake context?
Exactly.
And it's like, yeah, it's like we looked at 2 templates already, but I'm going, yeah, there's only going to be so much we can jam, and then there's just only going to be so much stuff we can overhaul. We look like we can overhaul, but it's just not going to look fun either way. And of course, it's like you're going to have critics on either side of the aisle, or you might just have some third one saying, you do realize there might have been another remake approach you could have looked at, right? I'm just picking the 2 I was familiar with.
Yeah. Well, and Zelda 2 is kind of cursed in that regard. Like, you're going to have people who are like, yay, a Zelda 2 remake! And then they're actually going to get their hands on it, and they're going to be like, this is not the remake I wanted!
Yeah, it's like we explored 2 possible avenues, and I'm not sure if we did enough to completely highlight their flaws.
Well, I will admit, I went kind of light on Arc and Oath Engine because I like those games, but Zelda 2, I don't know if you mentioned it at the start or not, because I missed a little bit, and someone asked me something in the middle of like the first 30 minutes, so I missed like the Smash Melee part, actually. But I know that Zelda 2 has a reputation as being the original Dark Souls. So if it's not technical combat, like there's the fans of it are just going to balk. And Arc and Oath Engine is not really technical combat. It's combo combat.
And in the case of boss fights, endurance. Where you're the last person standing.
Yeah, there's room for there's some room for technique, but there's not as much room for technique as there is in Zelda 2. Like, I've watched speedrunners take on like Dark Link and stuff without getting touched. I've seen them take on like the different Dark Nuts and barely get hit. Just various stuff. Like, it's very technical, and if you really dig into it, like the rules and such behind the behavior all make a lot of sense. Like, it is very much Dark Souls.
Or just be the first to stab the Dark Knight and make sure you just keep zoning it out.
There's that too.
Whereas with the stall folks, it's easy. You just duck and stab at the very end of the sprite range. If he downward thrusts, just slide under him.
Yeah, one thing that, and I say this risking getting into a gigantic exploration of each enemy type, but I never really got the impression that Zelda 2 had a good variety of the original game enemies. Like, you've got the gorillas, sure. I think you've got moblins. I'm not sure on that.
You kind of got moblins, but they really did not improve your XP at all. They were just the guys who just kept launching their spears left and right.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then you've got Stalfoses, which, okay, sure, but Stalfoses really, like, aside from the fact that they don't drop their shield, they really don't have much in common or much difference from Dark Knots and so on. Like, you just go through the enemy list. There's not a lot of variety. Like, it's all basically the same 3 or 4 enemies with different skins.
It's like wondering if there's a Lionel and then we just have to keep jumping and downward thrusting him to death.
Yeah.
While, trying to deflect the sword beams.
Yeah, and a remake could really address the variety the enemy variety of motion, like especially if you're coming at it from a Smash foundation, because you could then add in like enemies with different strategies. You could add in enemies with different Smash personalities as a foundation. Like you could add in a you could well, like you could base the slimes on Kirby minus the inhaling part. Just little things where they've got little attack cycles they can run that are predictable. They can have like funny double jumps in the air for later on versions, like just things that would keep the enemies interesting and varied. Because usually, I mean, like you see the slimes and they're either going to die or jump to their death, one of the two. I may be being a little hard on the game, considering its age and the technical limits, and the fact it originally wasn't supposed to be a Zelda game. But yeah.
There are many routes we could traverse, but none of them are going to be to a happy can that much.
I mean, the best in case is a cease and desist.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, whereas like some guy in a mascot outfit is just telling me stop.
I mean, there's a certain amount of infamy and notoriety to be obtained from getting the Nintendo ninjas sent after you, but yeah.
Yeah, so we've covered combat mechanics, balance between items and magic, variety, travel mechanics, aesthetics for the venues, townsfolk, background lore, foreground lore as well. I admit it's a whole lot to take in.
I mean, the timer underneath the video is saying 7 hours, so.
Yeah. I should probably back right now, but yeah, at least this was kind of productive. Maybe it's not to the level of like loudmouth debating we hear on sports networks, but then again, it's like we're not really yelling over each other on this sort of thing.
We don't have enough bodies for that either.
Yeah, it was just mostly the two of us, not really like a 3 or 4 person panel on this. I think my only regret with this was just not having enough time not balancing the time to show off more of East, but I think I got the point across.
You did indeed. You did indeed.
Yeah, but at least if there's one other thing, I know I wouldn't shut up about Limewater Cave. I'm just more like, yeah, I just saved you all the displeasure of going there, because I hate that place too.
That music is in my nightmares.
Yeah. Alright, well, I don't really have a conclusion because I think we've already just mentioned every bit of loose ends. And I'm going, yeah, no one's going to be happy either way we take this. We've just thrown this all on a soundboard. Hopefully some of it sticks. Hopefully some of it goes, yeah, that could make sense or two. But you know what? I'm not going to really force a decision in the end one way or another. Both sides do have their perks. Both sides do have their flaws. I wouldn't necessarily say there should be like a total compromise. You pick a solution, but yeah, there are going to be some things with base Zelda 2 that might have to be tweaked if you go down either avenue. Now, normally I'd bang the table for one solution, but I'm kind of burned out to suggest that right now. So, eh. Any conclusions you want to put out there, Ned?
I don't know. I think we already covered it pretty good. I mean, I think I made it obvious I'm a proponent of just taking the Smash engine and tightening down the physics some so that it's not quite as floaty. But um, my preference in general is towards 2D pixel art because that's the kind of art I grew up with and learned how to draw over the years. So a sprite-based remake would be better than a 3D remake, and sadly I think if Nintendo were to do one, they'd make it with 3D, and they would probably use the 3D diorama stuff like they used for the Switch remake of Link's Awakening, which I like the effect. It looks cool, but it's just not quite the same as warm pixel art.
Yeah, I would say like if they were gonna do the Link's Reawakening effect, I'd rather they save it for Oracle games.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Oracle games probably do deserve a remake in that engine at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, for me though, like if I was forced to pick a preference, I'm much more of the fast-paced hack and slash guy, so that's the reason why I'm a little bit more leaning towards the Ark and Oath side of things.
I would say pull out Momodora 4 and give that game a shot. Like, I think you would be surprised and pleasantly pleased with it.
All right. Was that ever on PC or is it a console exclusive?
It's on PC. I believe I got my copy from Good Old Games, but it might have been on Steam. Let me pull that up. Yeah, it's on Steam. Momodora 3 and 4 are on Steam. 1 and 2 were on itch.io.
Okay.
But 1 through 3 are like cave story, but stage based. So they're probably not as good of an example as 4 is, because 4 is a totally different game. Like it plays more like it plays more like the Zelda games, or Zelda 2 crossed with like the Mega Man Zero games, like for perspective.
All right. I've seen one installment on GOG. I guess I'll look over Steam. I just found Reverie Under the Moonlight.
Yeah, that's 4. That's it.
Okay. I think I've seen Vinny from Vinesauce do a little bit of this a few years ago. I might be wrong. Yeah. All right. Any other good 2D titles? No, most of the other 2D titles, not counting Dust. I think I've mostly just been playing side-scrolling shooters. I haven't really.
It's not quite the same genre, but Owlboy is absolutely insanely beautiful. It's actually the twin stick shooter that I referenced earlier. Well, it's not a shooter per se. It's a platforming puzzle game that uses twin stick aiming controls.
All right. Well, I got nothing else to say, so well, closing time. Last call.
I'll let you take it out.
All right. Well, yeah. This was just basically some topic that was brewing on my mind for the better half of I don't know. I want to say like I don't know how many years I really had this on the back of my maybe like ever since I played Oath and Felghana for the first time. Maybe I was like 14 years ago, I think, close to it. And I know that it's like, yeah, I haven't really done a good job expressing all of that out in the open, on air. Probably could have stitched it all together in 1 hour-long video, but yeah, there were just like so many other things that I kind of felt like I was a little bit too narrow-focused on what directions to tackle. But yeah, there's always going to be some other game that you're going, yeah, you can have probably looked at this, and you know, development marches on. Sometimes you're going to be wondering, oh, this was a good idea, or maybe this was a good idea. And admittedly, I was a little bit blind towards that. Yeah, just glad I got that off my chest for once. And yeah, I decided to do this just the week before Tears of the Kingdom comes. So yeah, I'll be tackling that. Starting to take a whirl on that next time. It's already preloaded on the Switch. But yeah, it's nice to get something off my chest on air for once. And something good, and ranting just for ranting's sake. Anyways, well, thanks, Ned, for coming by.
Yep, thanks for having me. It was a blast participating.
Yeah, that's about it for now. So, I guess I owe you guys having a MIDI that isn't complete garbage like what happened at the top of the stream. So, I guess I'll close with that, and then, well, see you guys next time. Well, actually, I owe you guys 2 MIDIs. And of course, OBS is freaking out with DOSBox right now, because what else does it not freak out with? I'll do the Metroid one and then close off with Zelda 2. Now, where? Maybe next time I should really start using anything that's not named the Gravis Ultrasound MIDI player. But anyways, we're done. Have a good night. Yeah, that could work as well. Or, you know, Virtual MIDI Synth already has a pre-record or a rendering function with an output. So I could just jam it with whatever other sound fonts I have. I don't know what else I could probably do this with other than Gravis. Maybe one fashioned off the MT32 or AWE ROM, or one of those old creative MIDIs from back in the day. Or, I don't know, give me other general MIDIs I can fiddle around with. I only really fiddle around with MIDIs just for... I was gonna say just the MechWarrior 2 menus and most of the Novalogic DOS titles. That's about it. Yeah, truth be told, trying to play it off the MIDI player in DOSBox probably wasn't the magic used to be anymore. Because I can just fiddling around with the different spots and hope that works. Anyway, one more opening theme, and we're done. Wrong one. I completely forgot about Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland.